workshop session. It's a little bit after 12 o'clock, and I do call this meeting to order. Casey Griffin on our staff will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Mr. Cobbins.
Here.
Mr. Darnell.
Here.
Mr. Eby.
Here.
Mr. Holt.
Here.
Dr. House. Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour. Mr. Morrow.
Here.
Mr. Wells.
Here.
Madam Chairman.
Here.
Madam Chairman, I count 8 members present.
Thank you. I declare that a quorum is present and we are duly convened. Pursuant to Section 8 of Policy 1.400, the Board Meetings Policy, workshops or meetings of the State Board sitting as a committee of the whole. Section 1, subsection E of the same policy, in accordance with TCA 844-108, requires all votes taken during electronic meetings of the Board to be taken by call of the roll. In accordance with this policy and the law, I move that the State Board dissolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purpose of conducting our workshop. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Eby provides the second. Mr. Griffin, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Mr. Darnell.
Aye.
Mr. Eby.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour. Mr. Morrow.
Aye.
Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Madam Chairman.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is approved. I declare that we are in the committee of the whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop this afternoon. Before we move into our presentations, I do want to welcome all who are joining us today in person on the beautiful campus of Roane State Community College here in Harriman, Tennessee. And I want to thank President Whaley and his faculty for hosting us today for our workshop and tomorrow for our State Board of Education quarterly meeting. We sincerely appreciate your warm welcome and hospitality. We've had a great day with you so far this morning. So now we're going to move into our agenda items, and the first item is Universal Reading Screening, Spring 2022 data. Dr. Lisa Kuntz.
Good afternoon. Excited to be here and talk through our first full year of universal reading screening data and share that with you. And I believe I am giving an update on the TCAP ELA scores as well for State Board. So want to just start chatting about what universal reading screening data is, because it is new. This is the first year that we have collected fully universal reading screening data and able to report that. Universal reading screening data is called a normed approach for the assessment, which is much different than what we've done with TCAP and those kinds of things. In TCAP, we set a proficiency level of the number of questions and the number of standards that need to be mastered. And so students who master that level are proficient on TCAP. For universal reading screening, this is a different kind of measure. What we're measuring is a norm. So we're saying, are students on track or in the normed pathway for reading development? So when we talk about results, it's not have the children met this threshold of reading proficiency. It's about, are they developing and reading in the same ways that is normal for their peers? So when we look at the first slide and we talk about universal reading screening data, I really want you to look at this column that has this national average. So that 40th to 59th percentile is what is normal in reading development. We would expect students to score between this 40th and this 59th percentile in their reading development. That's what we would hope for them to be. If we say, what is the average, where would students fall normally? They would typically fall within the 23rd. That would be at the lower end of reading development. And normally they'd be up to 76. So any number outside of that would be very low or very high in their reading development. So it's a lot of a different set of data, and I just want to set the ground because we haven't talked about a year's worth of data using this type of data before. So when we look at our spring data, which is that first column, and we look at our kindergarten data, we are just touching that norm. So we are falling into that normal expectation as a state with reading development. Same thing with first grade. We are just touching that normal range by the end of last year. But as we look into second and third grade, we're starting to move progress more fully. And as we dig into that data, I'm going to show you why that data moves in kindergarten and first more slowly than the data moves in second and third when we talk about our screening data. And again, we've talked a lot about universal reading screening. This data is given in the fall, the winter, and the spring. So we are looking at first at how our students fared at the end of the school year. And this is all students in kindergarten, first, second, and third grade taking one of those state board approved screeners that you passed last July. So when we look at statewide data, I first want to draw your attention to this word called composite. Composite means a little bit different. When we take a TCAP, they take a reading test or a literacy test and they walk away with third grade proficiency. A universal reading screener is a set of subtests. So students take a set and series of short tests that are merged together to create a composite. So we're going to break this composite apart a little bit as we go through the data, but if we look at where our students were in their composite, you'll see the red line on the bottom. That's where they were in the fall. So if we look at where our students were in the fall, we were at 38 percentile, so just below that norm range in kindergarten in the fall of 2021. In first grade, we were below at 36. That is our lowest number below in our universal reading screening data. And then when we look at second grade, our starting point was 41 and 43 with that composite data. So we are within that range at the starting point in second and third grade. And you're going to see that growth and that walk, which is exciting because you want students to hold their place and consider to their peers. When they move more quickly, that's actually a faster move than a criterion test where I just scored 3 more points. I'm actually moving faster than my peers. So this data doesn't move as quickly, so the measures that you're seeing and the movement that you're seeing is actually a really good sign for us to see that pop up. We're moving faster than our peers in kindergarten, first grade, second, and third grade. And you'll see those gaps move and that jump as we go through. So when we look at kindergarten, when we look at that composite score, that whole of everything that a student takes to look at how they're developing and reading, there are 2 separate measures that I want to call out: reading readiness and fluency. We've talked a lot as a state about Reading 360 and about phonics and about the Tennessee Literacy Success Act. That is really that reading readiness is that sounds first measure. Are students hearing sounds in kindergarten? Are they able to attach sounds to letters? Are they able to blend letters into parts of words and actually do that coding work to learn how to read? So that reading readiness score you'll see start at 36 and move to 42 over the course of the year. That's that getting ready to read work that our kindergarten teachers are working so hard on. And then when you look at fluency, how fast am I reading? How am I getting ready to comprehend text? And am I able to put those words together at a pace that I'll be able to comprehend? So you're going to see the growth from fall to spring in those spaces. And again, that's decent growth because, again, we're jumping other children in line in that normal set of data. So we're excited about that. When we look at first grade, you'll see that red line fall to spring being that reading readiness and that blue line being fluency. One of the things that we're most excited about the universal reading screening data is to be able to break this down and see where our kids are and see where we need to lean in and we're not seeing progress, not just at a TCAP proficiency level, which is everything all wound together and us applying it. This actually breaks it apart. And so this data here that we're seeing actually says, hey, kids are growing in fluency, but all of that phonics work seems to be dropping off through the first grade year. And we measure it because it shouldn't be dropping off. We really want those sounds first and that complex phonics to be continuing. So this is incredibly helpful for us as a state. It means we need to continue to lean into that sounds first approach. We need to continue to support what we're doing across the state, what we're doing with resources, what we're doing in our literacy networks to really look at first grade and what we're doing with phonics in first grade and continuing to support an approach. We've never had data like this before, so it's just prediction and assumptions. So the first time that we have data and we're able to see, yeah, fluency is going from 28 to 34, and that's a pretty low fluency measure for the beginning of first grade, and to see that kind of growth and that emphasis shows that our teachers are working very hard at that fluency piece, but we may be dropping off on that sounds first approach too early. So it gives us measures across the state, and it helps us help our districts really lean in that early grades reading development. So very excited to be able to see that, to see where those trends are going, and to be able to really break that data apart and see where we need to lean in as a state in early reading. Then when we look at second grade, you'll see here that we're no longer talking about reading readiness. So we're moving developmentally in second grade past those sounds and those phonics to really saying, are kids fluent and are they comprehending? Because we want our students at the end of second grade really to have strong fluency and comprehension measures. So the most exciting thing to me is this is the highest score in all of the data that we're seeing, the highest norm reference at 47, and that's where we want that to be. We want our kids to be doing great comprehension work at the end of second grade, because that sets them up for all the all-important pieces of work they're going to do in third grade. And then you'll see that that fluency is a little flat and something we want to continue to work on. And then when we look at third grade, you're going to see that bump as well with comprehension and see that growth in comprehension. So we're moving, and in second and third grade, we're really emphasizing that comprehension. We just need to make sure that as we're using both parts of reading, we're also thinking about the fluency pieces and supporting our teachers and students in developing that complex fluency. And the data went away. So as we talk through those pieces, I'll pause and see if you have any comments or thoughts while we're talking about moving from composite and being able to really dig into the literacy work and the reading in those slides.
Are there any questions or comments? Dr. Morrison?
Thank you, Lisa. Just one clarifying question to make sure we're all thinking about this in the same way, because it's been a minute since we voted on those universal screeners. But can you remind us how many screeners we're talking about and how they're used to, they're all able to look at the national norm, even if we're talking about the statewide screener, for example?
Yep, so we have 7 approved screeners. When we first approved the screeners, we had about 80 districts using the Tennessee Universal Reading Screener. We're almost to 100 districts using that Tennessee Universal Reading Screener. That is the biggest movement. So we have 7 screeners that you've approved. A lot of districts moving to the free option in the Tennessee Universal Reading Screener, and then several districts are also using iReady. Those are the 2 most prominent. Each screener, when we talk about that composite and those parts of tests, those reading readiness tests, the fluency test, or the comprehension, they all have comparable measures that can be measured across. So if I take a fluency test in iReady and I take a fluency test in AimsWeb, that is an equivalent measure of fluency. Or if I take a phonological awareness, a sounds, hearing, in all 7, they all measure the same thing. So they're delivered in different ways and in different packages for that product, but they all measure those components of reading, those reading readiness, those fluency and comprehension components, so they can have equivalent measures so we can look across the state and do that kind of aggregate work.
Are they all used nationally, or are we looking at?
Yep, great question. They all use those national norms. So they all use national norms of where to place students in line with their peers. What we see in differences in those screeners is some of them are normed for different time periods. So AimsWeb Universal Reading Screener might have a nationally normed window between August 1st and September 15th. iReady might have a normed window between August 15th and October 1st. So FastBridge might have a different window. We have had to work to norm those windows so that all of our students are assessing during the same window time. I think that's the biggest difference that we're seeing. They all use national norms, they all use those pieces, but they norm their own assessments within different periods of time and different windows. So the biggest work for us has been to norm those windows across all 7 screeners. So if you're taking a fluency test in Tennessee and you're on a norm, it's the same window for all students.
Mr. Eby?
Yeah, and I apologize that I was kind of scrambling trying to find the thing, but could you again give me the definition of the national norm column versus the average range column?
Yep, sure. So the national norm column is where we would expect normal, where we would expect students to be developmentally. That's the expected space. It's a little bit different than a number that says 222, right? That's the exact mastery point, but within this range, we would expect you to be within that range. What is average is where most students would fall, and outside of the average might be you're performing much higher than everybody else in your age group, or you're performing much lower than everybody else in your age group. That's that big average.
So average is like 2 sigma or 1 sigma?
Yeah, it's all on that norm curve, yeah,
So-
in those deviations.
So, Dr. Koontz, you may have mentioned this, and I think we were all kind of scrambling to get the technology working for us because it's not viewable here yet. Could you clarify if you said this? I'm excited, I think we all should be, to see the reading comprehension in first and second and third going up. The fluency is it's kind of steady state. Do you have any early indicators of what is happening there, or some action steps that need to be taken to increase fluency?
I think it takes time.
Yes.
And we know that these are the end indicators of the hard work we're doing on the front end. I'm incredibly proud of our educators. We've had over 30,000 educators go through the summer reading training, but it takes time to implement that. We've got coaching grants for almost all of those districts to support those teachers, but it takes time to make sure we're doing that systematic phonics. And you'll see that if we go back to the kindergarten data, where we have 1 year of students and they're in their first year, you're going to see those both come together. So that's 1 year of high quality teachers being up on current science, really implementing that work. And you're going to see that these kiddos may not have had that in kindergarten, so we've got a bigger step up in first
Right.
grade. And same with fluency in second and third. We've got comprehension and we're working on it, but we really need to work on that underlying phonics components and that sounds first components as a state. Now there's pockets all across the state, and that's why the districts get their own data to really look at that. But for us as a state, what this data is saying is we're starting to see pop up in students who have had 0 to 1 years in our new intervention and our new support around Reading 360. We need to continue that work, and we'll continue to see that data improve over time. But what it's saying is we are on track, and we need to continue to focus on that phonics work.
Thank you for that, and I think it was important for you to share that with us. That's why I asked the question, because there's a tendency across the nation to knee-jerk react and say, well, that's not working.
Right.
Or we need to change it, and that's not the case here. And you put it in the proper perspective so that I know I can understand, and hope other members may have already gotten it or understood it before I asked the question. But I wanted to be able to level set. So
Well, and I think it's exciting, right? We can actually see the impact of the work in early grades much sooner using this universal reading screening data. Our districts have had some of this data before, but it actually helps us position and think about it as a state that, yeah, we really need to continue the sounds first work. We really need to continue the phonics work and the work on fluency to continue to move those numbers, to continue to make sure that as those students are moving through those grades, how to support them. And then when we think about our second and third graders who aren't there, what are we doing for intervention? So how do we think about Tennessee All-Core? How do we think about summer programming? How do we think about those interventions to make sure that we're catching those kiddos up as well?
Exactly. Thank you. Very good.
Madam Chair.
Other questions? Yes, Mr. Jensen.
Yes, help me understand, these are composite scores, so that's statewide, right?
Yes,
Made up of districts.
yes.
In looking across the state, you've got some, I would assume, some districts that are falling behind or not performing where perhaps they should be. Is there a remedial, or how is that being dealt with? If we're comfortable with average, then I guess you don't ask this question, but I'm just curious how we assess those folks who are behind or not doing the job or whatever, and secondly, what happens when that's determined?
So one of the things I think is most exciting is part of this work is, first, we have the data, and we have a reading research center centered at the University of Tennessee that is actually taking the teachers who have participated in Reading 360, the districts who are working in the literacy networks, and this data and making comparisons. Since this is new data, we just got this data and probably had full data in July. They're working right now to look at, okay, if a district did Reading 360, if a district did the training, if they did the networks, where are we seeing the biggest bang for their buck? Or if they didn't do that and they're doing great things, what are they doing? So I think we're in that early phase of trying to figure out what makes the biggest movements in our districts and how we take those bright spots in those strong districts and spread those practices to our districts who might not be doing as much work. But we have the supports, right? We have the Reading 360 training, we have the networks, and we have our amazing core consultants across the state to help us lean into those districts. But I want to make sure we're understanding that data before, again, we knee-jerk and make some assumptions in that work. So what we are trying to do right now is really analyze the inputs that are causing the data where it to be, and what are the strongest interventions that are actually moving the work so that we can make those recommendations to districts who might not quite be there yet.
Follow. Thank you for what you're doing
Sure.
on this. So what is the timing of addressing those deficiencies? And is there carrot and a stick, for lack of a better way to describe it, to push those districts to get to where they need to be?
Well, I have to give a nod to our legislature because part of the Tennessee Literacy Success Act does put those carrots and sticks in place with their foundational literacy skills plans and really ties into the formal performance that happens after we look at these developmental work. So we do have those interventions in place and the frequency and supports of those foundational literacy skills plans that start to come into place over the next 2 years. So as we look at TVOS, as we look at performance in TCAP, as we look at the whole picture, we have avenues inside the Tennessee Literacy Success Act to lean in and give more supports to those districts who may not be moving as quickly as others.
Is there access to those by district?
The foundational literacy skills plans, yep, they are required to be on our website.
Okay.
And I'm happy to send that to the team so they can pass that along to you. And they also are required to be on the district's website as well. And we've been really impressed, honestly. Districts, as they update things in their foundational literacy skills plans, have been exceptional at sending those to us. We've updated about 60 foundational literacy skills plans as districts continue to look at their own data and try to iterate and improve.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we have data back up, but I'm not clicking. So the next slide I would love to show you, oh, there we go, is this one, where we talk about our student groups. Because the other thing we can do with this data when we collect it statewide is we can really start looking at our student groups before we get TCAP. So we can look at our economically disadvantaged, we can look at our Hispanic, our Asian, our Black, white, students with disabilities and English learners. And as I move into TCAP data, you're going to see a different story in some of these student groups. But I want to maybe highlight the last column, which is the English learner column. You'll see that that column in the composite is as high as our students who are in other more affluent student groups. And what we're finding is this heavy approach in phonics. The structured approach in sounds and phonics is moving our English learners in the early grades to be much more equitable with some of our students who may not already be there. So as you see, we have that white group and then we have our English learners. Those are on the same playing field. And that's pretty exciting to see those student groups start to pop up using a strong structured literacy and phonics approach that really emphasizes those sounds, because that's a student group that as we move into our next conversation around TCAP that are lagging behind. And then when we look at some of our other student groups, we know we need to work more heavily in the foundational skills and support that student work. And most importantly, this actually allows us to tie this data then to their TCAP student groups and think about our students all the way in kindergarten and how we're really targeting our at-risk groups to help them move and improve as well. So it's something that is exciting for us to really look at this developmental data. How is reading developing? What does that look like? And what does that look like at our student groups? And not only just that aggregate kindergarten, first, second, and third grade. And then we have that reading readiness, same pattern. You'll see fluency is a little bit slower and Madam Hargrove, that's where we're really like starting to see the fluency split out and really show differences by student group and drop off for some of our students. And so it's exciting for us to be able to move that work. I'm going to stop here because that was pretty fast, and as you said, things were scrambling and trying to find things. But overall, this is the first year for universal reading screening data. It's the first time we've been able to collect this developmental data, and it's exciting because this is the first time we've done this whole approach. We have training for teachers, we have networks to support teachers, leaders, and districts. We have the opportunity to support our education preparation providers to provide teachers at the ground floor in this Sounds First approach when they're entering into schools. We have our community partners, and we have our family approach. So we're really attacking literacy in all spaces, but these are our data points that say where it's working and where we need to continue to think about and improve our strategy and really reinforce our strategy, or to continue to say, yep, keep holding on, keep working on this. We need to get all teachers through the Reading 360 training. As you're thinking about it as a district, really we need to think about fluency. This student group isn't quite where it needs to be. It allows us to get that early space of this data and move much more quickly in programmatic work across the state before third grade TCAP.
Question.
Sure.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please, go ahead.
what percentage of teachers have been trained in it and how much are left? Do we have those numbers, and what are we doing with the districts that may have more who still need trained other than others?
Yep, so the Foundational Literacy Skills Plan, I'll go back to that, sets the policy framework that all teachers have to be trained to renew their license. We have about 30,000 teachers who have gone through either the early literacy or the secondary literacy to renew their license. We have some teachers and administrators who have K-12 licenses, so some of them are doing the secondary and some of them are doing the early. All the training has that phonics-based approach to it, so we have about 30,000 teachers who have done something, and they've done 2 weeks of training.
Okay.
We have about 45,000 who have done the minimum requirement to renew their license. So we have a third of our teachers, because we have about 100,000 teachers in the state, who have completed above and beyond the training to fully implement. And we've got about 45,000 teachers, which is almost half of our state,
Right.
who have gone through the first.
So you may not have the data yet, but are you seeing correlations between districts that have had more of their teachers trained and their results on this versus the ones who haven't?
That's what we're looking at with the Reading 360 Research Center,
Okay.
is some of that work. And we have some districts who have chosen a different pathway that is rigorous and appropriate and bought into that and chosen to purchase their own pathway. And we approve those pathways to make sure they have that phonics-based approach. So we have some teachers not even in those numbers and districts who have done a different style of training, but still on that equivalent level. So I can pull that data and get that for
I
you
just
by
think
the
with
next meeting.
encouragement,
Yep, I'd be happy to do that.
These are some great results in different pieces, and like you pointed out, like to see a subgroup come up like that's amazing. And so I would say an encouragement to anybody who has not done the training or the district who may not be like, hey guys, this is working, this is moving in a great direction, and the more we can do, the more positive results we can see for kids.
Yeah, I have to give a shout out to Murfreesboro City. I was with Director Duke 2 weeks ago, and he said they track every single one of their teachers in their training and make sure that if a teacher came in late or hasn't been able to be trained, they have them have intentional coaching with that teacher who may not have had that training and then schedule them in through that training. So that's just an anecdotal result. I think there are many districts who are really leaning in that way and tracking. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Eby?
Yeah, I basically was going to ask the question Mr. Morrow asked, but I'll also add on that I think there's a lot of great data here. The key is going to be year to year
Yes.
to see what progress is made and drill down on that data to the level that he's talking about to find out where it's working, where it's not working. How do we then translate that to raise everything?
And that's why I'm so thankful for the Reading Research Center, because they have that bandwidth and capacity and research bench to be able to really dig in and do that data. So we will have fall to fall data. They just closed the window on October 14th. So that's the new set of data that the Reading Research Center will have. They will have fall to fall data. So looking at where we were baseline, first of the work, very little training across the state being actually already implemented, and now look at this fall data and be able to see kind of where we are from fall to fall. So I'm excited to be able to start to see that.
And then how does this data correlate, say, with TCAP results?
I'm going to talk about that
Oh, okay.
next.
But before you do,
Yes.
just a follow-up question along the same lines. Directors of schools have their study councils, and you have the state study council, and I think perhaps not so much right now, but very soon, I believe that there's an opportunity for the districts to be sharing with one another their best practices, as you mentioned with Murfreesboro City Schools. There could be other districts that are doing something similar, but in order to be on top of it, you really cannot afford to have a teacher miss. A teacher could be out sick, a number of factors. And so there, I don't want to pretend to know what they do, but I think there are other pockets of opportunities that could be shared across the districts. And sometimes when I attend study councils, and I'm not sure about the other members when you attend, there's not so much a sharing of best practices, and sometimes I think, because I've asked them, why are you not sharing best practices? And say, well, we don't want to sound like we're bragging, but this is your opportunity to learn from one another, and I know there's great pockets of work, there's great work happening all over. So if you share with one another, you can benefit. So to what degree you all can guide at the state level, because you all participate in those meetings with the superintendents who are chosen from their different regions, I would recommend something to that nature, because we want everybody to succeed, clearly. We do not want one child to be left behind in this case, so, and I know you know that very
So
well.
we have a couple of ways we do that, and I'm really excited to kind of share those. One is our federal grant for the literacy implementation networks. We have 8 regions of districts, and we have 5 districts in each of those regions who chose to opt in. They meet monthly as supervisors, maybe not as directors, but they meet monthly as supervisors to share practice, to share problems of practice. And then they also choose to do a walkthrough at one of their schools in the network, and they walk through with their principals. So not only do they share practice, they actually walk through with the principals and talk about how that practice is actually working in that school that they choose to walk through. So really excited about that. And then we're getting ready to move that work into the early literacy network so that they can also share those practices. But I think it's a good flag to think about our directors of schools and how they strategically share that as well. But really the conversations that I get to be involved in those literacy implementation networks are exactly what you're talking about. How did you overcome this? We're struggling with our English learner population in this way. How did you approach this? So we're getting really great conversations within those networks, and really want to continue and expand those networks so it's districts to districts sharing their practices and making that impact work. And then my favorite thing is the Reading Summit. So that'll be happening in February, where we really elevate some of this work, not only in our districts, but in our ed prep providers, in our community partners, and really share bright spots across the state so that we can elevate some of that awesome work. But I love the flag of thinking about our supervisor study our superintendent study councils.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Do you have a question? Dr. Morrison?
One last question you made me think of, Dr. Coons, thank you. That's exciting to hear about the network on literacy. But in terms of ed prep and thinking about literacy assessments for our pre-service candidates, any updates on what we're looking at in terms of a licensure assessment that aligns with some of this work?
Yeah, so one of the things we've really been thinking about and working on is what are we asking our current practicing teachers to do to show and demonstrate proficiency, and making sure that if we ask our current teachers to do this, what are we asking our aspiring teachers? So we're working in the assessment that is at the end of the reading training that's required for licensure renewal for current teachers, and how we can translate that into the ed prep. And we should be bringing things to you at your next board meeting to review and give us feedback on. Yeah.
Others? You can continue.
Okay, so there's a big difference between reading screeners and TCAP. First, it's in that measure that I talked about that shows us that development and how children are progressing. Our screeners, as we kind of looked at in that, they measure reading readiness, they measure fluency, and they measure comprehension. TCAP doesn't measure fluency. There's not a fluency measure on TCAP. There's not a sounds first, someone listening to a child produce sounds on TCAP. TCAP says when all of those things are put together, can you hear sounds, complete fluency, comprehend, take that comprehension and apply it to a task or a question. So TCAP is really that culmination point of all those components we are measuring in universal reading screening. So when we look at universal reading screening, that composite in K1 really talks about reading readiness and fluency, because that's what's appropriate in kindergarten, first grade for us to be really digging into. When we look at second and third grade, you'll see that reading readiness measure isn't there anymore. And we're really emphasizing fluency and comprehension because we want to see that developmental appropriateness. In third grade, what we expect and what research tells us is that children should be able to read fluently, comprehend, take that comprehension that they've read, and then apply it to those standards. The developmental data shows us where that process might be breaking down and where we intervene, but there's a whole nother set of strategies that TCAP measures and assesses that would not be measured on a universal reading screener because it stops at that comprehension. So can a child comprehend? TCAP is actually an application. So you've done all these things, you can comprehend. How do you apply that comprehension to main idea, task, compare and contrast, those kinds of strategies where they have to understand the text and apply it. So we can say that kiddos are on track developmentally in reading using the universal reading screener, but we can't say this predicts this because TCAP measures more than what the universal reading screener does, which says, can you comprehend?
I would expect, or I would hope that at least they were correlated in some ways.
I would expect that if these numbers are high, we would expect this number to grow at the same rate.
Right.
But there's a whole part, I just want to caution, there's a whole part that wouldn't be measured in the universal reading screener that's measured in TCAP. But yes, I think they would be correlative. Like if we're seeing growth here, we would see growth here. But we're measuring a whole other cognitive skill, asking them to apply that comprehension. So this is my favorite slide of the TCAP data, because this is the investment that everybody in our state has to knowing how our kids are doing. So when we look across the country, no one else has this slide, so I'm super proud to be a Tennessean when I present this slide, because we had 98% of our students take the TCAP. Their families brought them, they made sure they were there, our districts and schools made sure kids were assessed it, and we actually have a body of data that is comprehensive in what our students are doing. We actually know where most of our students are, and we had 59 districts that had higher than 99%. That is a huge investment and commitment to using the data to understand and make sure we know where we are. So I'm really proud of this slide. I'm really proud of our educators and our families that made sure our students actually took the assessment so we know where we are as a state. And then when we look at our TCAP results and our opportunities, what we're going to see is we're going to see our elementary school students improve. We're going to look at their ELA scores and see that they are performing at a level that is similar to pre-pandemic years. That's exciting, and that's growth that we've seen in our TCAP that is also exciting. So excited to kind of talk through that and share that, and I'm going to start with a big overview of just ELA, and then we'll dig in more deeply. And I'm going to get a little geeky, so you just have to stop me at different times if you have questions, because this is like fun for me to look at where we're going and where we have to go with ELA. So if we look at all of the students who took ELA assessments, we're at 36.4% meeting expectations in the state. Hence the Reading 360 initiative and the intensive focus, because we need to continue to move that number. We need to continue to grow. The gains that we saw were in every single grade level. We saw proficiency improvements, and I'm going to walk through each of those, but you're going to see those in every single grade level. You're going to see that almost in every grade level, the scores we had at the end of spring were equivalent or higher than our pre-pandemic scores. That is a testament to the hard work that our educators are doing, our state did to come back so soon and really dig in and move forward. There are many, many states across the country that can't show pre-pandemic statewide data, so excited that we have recovered and that we've done that. That has been through Tennessee All-Core and a tremendous body of educators working on tutoring, our high-quality instructional materials, those literacy implementation networks, the Reading 360 training. All of that hard work is going to start to show in the recovery data that we're seeing. So when we look at results by grade band, and you look at elementary, and you look at the difference between 21 and 22, you'll see that bump in that increase to 38%, but you'll also see the bump between the exceeded from 5 to 9. And you'll see that bump from 27 to 29. You'll see the decreases all the way across in the elementary level. So we're not just approaching kiddos to proficient, they're all moving back into those bands, and we actually have a higher exceeded band than we've had in that historic data. So that's exciting. It's exciting across the board. If you look at middle school, you'll see that same approach where kiddos are moving in all bands, and you're going to see that huge jump in the exceeded band as well. And if you look at high school, you'll see that big jump in those spaces, but a little bit of a tweak in middle school and high school with our lowest group of students, which tells us we've got to do those interventions because we're widening that gap a bit. We have a larger group of students moving in below and a larger group moving into met exceeded. So we've really got to look at that approaching group. And one of the things we're doing as a state to do that is that Tennessee All-Core work. It's not geared towards our below students. It's geared towards those approaching students and pulling those students up and making sure they're not dropping into below. So excited that our Tennessee All-Core work is helping slow that drop in and try to help move our kids forward. And then if we look at economically disadvantaged, you can see that we saw similar improvements, but we are seeing that persistent gap that we just talked about in those space, and a little bit of a bump in the exceeded, but not as much as other students. And as many of you have been on the summer bus tour and worked through the summer bus tour, you know that we have a prioritized approach for our economically disadvantaged students in summer programming. So that is one area we're really continuing to emphasize and focus to help make sure our economically disadvantaged students have the support to continue to grow. And then across all of our student groups, you will see the difference between 21 and 22. Every single student group saw that return to their pre-pandemic data, but it's different in each student group, and we need to continue to look at our Black or African American students, our English learners, and our Hispanic and students with disabilities, because we are not seeing the same growth in those groups. So excited that TISA is going to lean in and help us really target funding for some of our students and make sure that we're providing intensive supports in those spaces. So if we look at third grade, and Vice Chairman Eby, this is kind of that comparison that we talked about a little bit. You're going to see that slow trajectory up, that similar to what we saw with the fluency. You'll see that we had static on exceeded, but you'll see that we improved on met. So we did see increased growth, and we did see increased movement, but we want to see that move across the bands and believe that that continued emphasis and focus over time in those early grades will help our third graders move at higher rates across the board. And then when we look at fourth grade, we're really starting to see that comprehension work and that work pop up. We're starting to see 9% versus 2%. That is the highest exceeded rate in fourth grade in particular that we've seen since 2017, in addition to a met rate that is very high as well. So we're moving students out of categories and across the board into that space. And then when we look at fifth grade, you're gonna see that big jump. I think fifth grade was a highlight year for us last year. You see us move past any metrics that we've had in fifth grade before, so very excited about fifth grade work, digging into those literacy implementation networks that we talked about earlier. They're really digging into that text. How are we meeting that text? How are we applying those skills and that comprehension? So excited to see some of these middle grades moving as well as our earlier grades. Same thing with sixth grade, some very high movement in sixth grade as well. Seventh grade and eighth grade was a little bit flat for us. So we're seeing across the board as we look through there, that slow, steady growth, that return to pre-pandemic, seeing some highlights in some of our particular grades, but seeing that increase over time and a focus in that increase. I'm gonna pause for a second.
For a question?
Anything you would like.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Jensen, please.
Could you give me a better understanding of what it means approaching?
Yep.
Just some clarification on, because you got numbers in there that are in the 40 to 50% higher, and just curious what that range looks like and how you move out of approaching into meet.
Yep, so when we think about what we talked about with Universal Reading Screener, right, it's I have a position in line and I'm moving along with my peers. And if I move faster, I get ahead, and that's how my score improves. For proficiency, it's the number of questions I got right. So when we think about on a 20-point question test, if I had a 16, that might be proficient, but anywhere from a 16 to a 12 might be in that approaching space. So that means I might have one question more that I need to get right to be proficient, or there might be several questions within that band for me to move forward. I think when we look at the difference between our below kiddos and our approaching kiddos, it's a different set of supports. When we're thinking about kiddos who are within the range of a couple of questions here or there, it's more about the tutoring, and it's more about giving students time to catch up and make sure we understand where they are, and have that additional support and that additional work on grade level content. So I might need more practice doing main idea questions, or I might need more practice explaining the differences between two texts. It's more practice within those standards that are the expectation at that grade level. When we look at our below kiddos, there's usually more challenges than just that on grade level text. It might go back to some of those things we talked about in the Universal Reading Screener. I might have fluency problems that don't allow me to comprehend, and then I can't answer the questions. So we look at more of our RTI supports, where we're looking at those skills, those underlying skills, and really supporting kiddos in those underlying skills when we think about our below basic kiddos.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Holt.
Dr. Coons, this is, I think, really impressive and exciting information. And one thing that I was wondering about is, we have proficiency rates with fourth grade from this past year of about 40%. And then as it moves toward eighth grade, it drops down to 26%. I was wondering if you have a theory for what's happening there. Is it that those eighth graders haven't had the benefit of a lot of the systems that have been put in place more recently in the lower grades, or if there's something that's happening between fourth and eighth grade, where we can provide additional supports or interventions?
Yeah, I think what research tells us is that fluency work at the beginning, that importance of phonics-based fluency work, helps our students deeply have fluency and that automaticity with reading, that as the text gets more complex, so if I move from fourth to fifth to sixth to seventh to eighth, I have that fluency underpinning that makes my reading very strong, allows me to comprehend more complex texts. The other thing that happens between fourth and eighth grade is the vocabulary gets much more challenging. The context of the text, like I may read a text that I'm much more familiar with in fourth grade and have a bigger vocabulary bench to be able to pull from to understand that text. As we move into higher grade levels, the intent is for students to see less familiar text, have less bench on their vocabulary, and rely on those early grade skills to really be able to apply that knowledge to those 7th, 8th high school texts that get much more challenging. So it is essential, not just in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade to have those strong fluency skills and comprehension. We actually start to see those gaps in the higher grades where students are reading very complex texts, having to look at vocabulary words that they're uncomfortable with, texts that they're unfamiliar. Those early grade skills are very important at attacking those higher, more complex texts.
So quick follow-up, is the expectation then that the current fourth graders should stay with comparable levels of proficiency as they move up to eighth grade, because that foundation is being laid now?
Yeah. And we should use the data to think about the interventions that we put in place if they're struggling. So if I was doing okay in fourth grade, but as the texts get more challenging in 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, what are the interventions? So if I am close and in approaching, should I be in a tutoring group? Should I have summer programming? Should I have some of those extended learning spaces to make sure as the text gets more complex that my muscle is strong with those other spaces?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions, comments?
Just one comment.
Mr. Cobbins?
Just, I guess, acknowledging and recognizing that between both TCAP and the results that we saw early this week from the NAEP report card that, I won't say coincidentally, but as we see, students of color and economically disadvantaged students, require these interventions that we're talking about, and I know that TISA, helps get at that, and then there are other efforts at the district level through federal funds and ESSER and other things. But is there a way for us to aggregate, capture, what may be best practices to be able to know what's happening across the state at the district level, in addition to what TISA provides to ensure that those students are receiving the support that they need?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'm really proud of that we've launched this year are the Tennessee All-Core Community Partners that are in our urban areas, are in our areas that have that high economic need or high populations of students of color or students who are not performing as well in this space, which expands the capacity of those districts to really offer more tutoring, offer more support. And I think we need to continue to lean in because the capacity of the district is finite, right? The number of teachers, students. We need to continue to lean into our community partners and our organizations and entities who can come into those schools and continue to build our capacity at things like summer programming and tutoring and really doubling down on those interventions that can accelerate that work. It is important to look at our approaching students and the demographics of our approaching students and making sure those districts have the full capacity to do things like expanded summer programming, large-scale tutoring, and making sure we're thinking intentionally about bringing community partners in. So we have NICEWANGR working with 18 districts in our counties up in First Tennessee and really working on our economically disadvantaged populations. We have Urban League of Chattanooga working with Chattanooga, a United Way group. Knoxville has a United Way, Literacy Mid-South in Memphis, really working to expand the opportunities beyond the finite resources of the district and really thinking about doubling down on those supports. But I will encourage you and everyone to find more community partners to reach into those districts and continue to build that capacity. And happy to support, my team is ready and willing to happy to support any community entity that wants to dig in.
Thank you, Dr. Coons. Any other questions or comments before she leaves the stage? Thank you very much. We appreciate all the information you shared with us today. It was incredibly helpful and informative. So
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next agenda item is Mr. Nate Parker, School Choice, IEA Programs in Virtual Schools.
Good afternoon. My name is Nate Parker. I'm the Senior Director of Choice for the Tennessee Department of Education. And thank you for the opportunity today to discuss two of Tennessee's school choice programs, the IEA program and virtual schools. The Division of Choice includes 5 offices currently. We have charter schools, virtual schools, and non-public school programs, in addition to our IEA and ESA programs. So excited opportunity to talk about 2 of those programs for you right now. So we'll start off by looking at our Individualized Education Account, or IEA program. And the IEA program provides scholarships to eligible students with qualifying disabilities listed on their IEPs, so that their account holder, which is usually their parent, can use those funds for approved educational expenses. These could include things like tuition at a participating non-public school, curriculum for homeschooling, or outside services, including tutoring and necessary therapies. This program was enacted in 2015, but was not immediately implemented. The first cohort of students, they were first awarded their disbursements in winter of 2017. Following that, we had 5 years of what we would say our typical IEA program, where we saw growth, and I'll talk about that in a second, both in enrollment and the number of schools participating. And then some changes that happened more recently. The General Assembly this past spring added the specific learning disability category, which is found on an IEP, to the qualifying list of disabilities for the IA program. Specific learning disability is a category that covers a group of learning challenges that affect the child's ability to read, write, listen, speak, reason, or do math. So a common example of this would be if a child was diagnosed with dyslexia, that they could have a specific learning disability on their IEP and would now qualify to apply for an IEA. So we are now in our 7th year serving students, our 6th full year of the IEA program. And that new SLD category, specific learning disability, our first students who will be able to apply this spring with that category, and so they will be, their first year participating in the program would be next school year. What we've seen so far in our program is that there's been growth in both the number of students participating and the number of schools participating. In year 1, which I mentioned before, was just a partial year. We had 38 students initially participate in that year. In year 2, the first full year of the program, that number doubled to 87. And then currently, in year 7 of operation, we have 338 students in our program, which is the highest to date. Similarly, we've seen that same trajectory with our number of participating schools. So in year 1, again, that partial year had 9 schools that participated. That following fall, that number increased to 14. And then currently, we have 29 participating non-public schools in the IAA program. When we take a look a little closer at the students in the program, we can observe some trends. First, we can see that the majority of our students who are in the program fall under 3 categories. The largest being pretty obvious there in the graph, students with autism. Next would be students qualifying for developmental delays. And then third being intellectual disability. There is an additional category that's not on this graph, but they do qualify, which is deafblindness. And then this is from last school year, so that specific learning disability category is not represented here as well. We anticipate there being considerable interest in that program, specifically because of the number of students that are opened up and eligible now who fall under that category, and specifically because of the work of the families, specifically with students with dyslexia who were excited about the passing of that law in the spring. Then when we look and zoom in on the participation rates over the years, we also see the trends here that just like the numbers increasing, our IA participation rate obviously would be increasing as well. In our first year, those 38 students were out of over 20,000 possible students that could participate, which comes out to a 0.19 participation rate. That number increased to 0.41 in year 2, and we're currently sitting on this past year was a 0.83 participation rate. And that is the rate that they used in the new legislation to kind of project the anticipated growth that our team should expect here in the spring moving forward. While we're happy to see the increase, we obviously recognize that less than 1% of our families in Tennessee are involved in the program. And so that is something that our team is already talking about this year. The IA team joined the Division of Choice in April. We have a new director, and she's incredible and really passionate about how we can expand the program and reach out and reach families who might not be aware of the program. And then we're also in talks about what barriers may exist that we can remove within our program to ensure that all families are able to access that application and participate if they're eligible. And then also over the years, we've had a pretty steady staff supporting this work. Initially in year 1, there were 3 full-time positions that were serving our students across the state. That number has fluctuated between 3 and 4. The IA team has moved to a couple different offices within the department. Like I said, just joined the Division of Choice here in April. So we currently have 3 full-time positions supporting this work. And with the addition of the specific learning disability in spring, the legislature also granted us 2 additional full-time positions, and we're currently working on hiring those new employees who will be able to support us in the spring. And then next, I just want to address the funding in the IA program through that same time period. The trajectory of the funding increases with enrollment. IEA program is funded from the state and local portion of a BDP generated by a child in that county. And so the blue bars show the total IEA BDP funding, and then that light blue bar is the 6% administrative fee that we are able to use to support the program work that we do at the department. Just a small caveat, that year 1% was 4%, and then it increased in year 2 for all subsequent years. And then diving into some application data from this past year, heading into our current contract year, we received a total of 447 applications. So you can see in this table that not all of those applicants end up being involved in the program for various reasons. So in that first row there, duplicates, there were some families that applied more than once, and while we are able to talk to most of our families, sometimes over the course of a 2 to 3 month application window, some of our parents forgot that they already applied and just submitted another one just to be sure. So we were able to remove those duplicates from our process. Also, sometimes people apply as a backup plan. So they go ahead and submit the application, but aren't sure if they're going to accept or participate in the program. So they withdraw the application either before we review it or after the deadline passes. In addition, after we've determined who is eligible, there's a process by which we create their account holder contract, and that process happens in June, and that contract begins in July 1 of the fiscal year. And so sometimes families at that point just don't return the paperwork, don't sign the contract, again, opting out of joining the program even though they've been deemed eligible. And then in addition, we have some families that sign the contract, might even start the school year with the intent of joining the IA program, but then still, for whatever reasons, they determine not to participate in the program. And one that we have gathered from our families is that if the family goes into the program wanting to use their IEA funds for a participating school, and then they do not have a seat available for that school, then they just choose not to participate in the program and will often remain in their public school option instead. So again, this information really varies from family to family and what drives their choice. But currently, we have 320 students who are in the IA program right now after we originally awarded 338 IA spots. And I do want to go ahead and highlight this row for denials. And so there are certain eligibility criteria stipulated in statute that a family needs to provide evidence of in order for us to enroll them in the program. An applicant must be a Tennessee resident in grades K through 12. They have to have an active IEP, individualized education plan, that has a qualifying disability that's listed either as the primary or secondary disability on that IEP. In addition, and this is probably the one that provides the biggest hurdle for our families, they must be enrolled in the public school system for the full duration of the year preceding the year in which they enter the IA program. And so what often happens is if you have a family who's already in a private school who wants to take advantage of it, they are not eligible under that statute, or if for some reason they left for a couple months to homeschool and then returned to public school, that break in public school enrollment would also disqualify them under the current statute to participate. This is something that we talk about a lot within our team, and again, I think what we are able to do at this point is to try to catch people as early as possible. So some of the things that we're talking about, strategies, would be how can we reach families before they enroll in kindergarten so that they are entered in immediately, if that's what their choice is, rather than having to wait later on when they've maybe already chosen to enroll in a private school and become ineligible. And then I'll wrap up the IA portion here with just some next steps that our team has discussed. So we recognize that in our program so far that we've grown, we've added schools, we've added students, but there's definitely a lot of work to do because we really want to make sure that every parent is aware of the choice that they have if they wish to enroll into the IA program. So for example, one thing that we're doing is we're just producing more available touch points with families. So one way we do that is through webinars. We are creating both kind of on-demand webinars that we will post on our website to share, as well as providing different length trainings for families at different points throughout the process, once they've decided they want to apply, before that, after they've been accepted, and really trying to adjust the times of those, the length of those, to accommodate family schedules, and so that they can engage in those materials. And then we're also looking at both partners within the department who serve the same group of students, and how we can work with them both to support that work, but also to get the word out on the IA program, as well as turning outward to external partners that we know are instrumental in supporting their families and different organizations throughout the state. We're also really excited about the opportunity to bring on additional help. And so there's a lot of work that's done in the IA program, and it's currently all done by hand. And so our team is processing applications and all of the account information without the use of a platform yet, although we're anticipating that here very soon. And so with additional help, we know that we'll be able to turn our attention to outreach efforts and engaging families and providing those education opportunities up front, which is something that we know will make a huge difference. And like I said, we are looking at which groups can we identify who are going to provide us those touch points for families early on, before they've enrolled in a participating school program already or homeschool. We are relying on the expertise of our IA council, and this is a question that we are bringing to them this year as we continue to expand our efforts here. And then, without going too much detail, I mentioned that there's a lot of work that we do by hand. However, with the ESA program launching this year, both of those programs will be sharing a platform that will provide an online application portal for students and schools, as well as an online wallet platform. And all of those will be transformational for our teams, both teams, in terms of how we are able to more quickly address those more administrative tasks much more efficiently. And so that will free up, again, folks to focus on the other work of engaging our community and our families. And then also we are preparing for the increase that we anticipate this spring. We anticipate as many as an additional between 250 to 300 students likely this spring, which would be a huge increase to what we have now, should our projections line up with our current participation rate and the number of students who will become eligible under by adding that new category. We are also very much keeping in mind that with the ESA program and everything that's all the light being shown on it right now and advertising that we're doing for that program, we'll likely see some trickle over to this IA program as well. Families are allowed to apply to both. They can only be accepted into one and participate in one, but likely we'll see that as families are learning about the ESA program, they might realize that the IA program might be a better fit for them. And then again, as we're onboarding our new teammates, we always are thinking about how can we better serve our families. Under the leadership of our new director, this is something that she personally is really passionate about. Spends a lot of time personally reaching out to families and gathering survey data, talking with them, engaging with them, and really listening to their feedback to determine how we can make our processes and systems better moving forward. So at this time, I'll go ahead and stop and see if there are any questions that I can address at this time about the IA program.
Mr. Eby?
Yes, Nate, thank you. A couple of questions. On the funding, is this state funding or federal funding?
The IA program is made up entirely of state funding.
Okay. And then I look at the numbers in 2021, 2022, basically $2.2, $2.3 million. Is that then allocated based on student number, per student, or how is that allocated?
Great question. So because it's generated by each district's BP, the number actually it varies per child. So we look at the state and local funds generated in the BP of that district, and the child who's participating in the IA program from that district would get that portion as their IEA. So this total bar would be the sum of every single individual IE student's scholarship. And so it's not a uniform scholarship that everyone gets the same amount. It's based on which district that they reside in.
Because if I just do the math on the number of students versus the funding, it's, I think, around $14,000 a student. Is that?
I would have to double check to see, but it would vary and depend again on the BEP.
So my question is that funding allocated every year, or is there money left over because there's not enough students in the program, or what? I'm just curious how that works out.
Gotcha. So the funding is generated by the number of students who do participate in the program. This amount is dispersed quarterly, and we track by how much a family has. They have to spend at least 50%, and they're actually able to carry over unspent funds into the next year. Some of our families move their funds over into a savings account that follows them throughout their schooling. So they have to spend at least 50% of their funds, but there is the possibility that those funds could be...
They get carried over.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Cobbins, did you have a question? I'm sorry. Read your signals incorrectly. Please proceed.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll go ahead and transition to our virtual school program. So currently in Tennessee, there are 59 virtual schools, and they're spread across 52 different districts throughout the state. So you can see in the map there the locations of each of those schools. Notably, this is a 321% increase in the number of virtual schools since the 2019-2020 school year. There are a little over 12,600 students enrolled in a virtual school currently full-time, which is a 225% increase since 2019-2020. That year obviously is a significant date for virtual schooling because that would be the year in which the pandemic started. And so we have definitely seen an incredible shift during that time out of necessity initially, and then just kind of has stayed on as schools continue to operate and serve students across the state. There are two types of enrollment, virtual schools that we track based on how they enroll students. So there are virtual schools that only enroll students who are from within their district, which is what a traditional brick and mortar school would do. But then there are also statewide virtual schools. So they are located within a district, but their enrollment is open to any resident of the state. And so currently, most schools are what we refer to as an in-district only enrollment school. About 60% are an in-district only school, and about 40% then are statewide schools that enroll students from anywhere in the state. However, when you look at the student enrollment, that number is flipped. So just under 2/3 of all virtual school students are enrolled in one of those statewide virtual schools. If you look here in the map, we've highlighted the 3 largest virtual schools in the state, or I should say the districts. 2 of these school districts, the Tennessee Virtual Academy operates 2 schools, K-8 and a 9-12, and then also Tennessee Connections Academy operates 2. Whereas Clarksville, Montgomery, that is a 1-school K-12. So these 5 schools actually account for over half of all virtual students in the state. And that's something to keep in mind. It's important as we're talking through the data and what trends we try to pull from it as we've been looking at this the past few months. So when we look at the TVOS data from last year, a lot of our schools, I say about 20% of our schools didn't actually generate a TVOS score. That might be because they just started or their numbers were small enough that the information was suppressed. So all the information I'm talking about here is just referring to those 79% of the schools that did generate a TVOS composite score. Just under a third, 31%, earned a school composite score of a 3 or higher, which would mean that just under 70% earned a school composite score of 2 or lower. And it's worth noting that over half of those in that category, 53%, scored a level 1. But one thing that we did note is that just under 2/3 of virtual schools that did generate that composite overall score scored equal to or better than their LEA. So you can look at the virtual school in isolation, but we also want to look at the context of the district that it's coming from, especially if it's an in-district school, we'll be pulling from the same students that LEA is serving. And then, unfortunately, our trend data is hard. There's not a whole lot that I can share with you at this point, but we do want to keep looking at that. However, in terms of schools, of those schools, 10% are showing positive student growth over the past 2 years. 20% is showing underperformance for the past 2 years, but the vast majority of our schools do not have 2 years of trend data that we can share at this time. So it's a small sample that we're looking at, but this lines up with kind of the overall data that we've been looking at of our schools across the report. And then here, again, about 31% of virtual schools that generated that score earned an average of effectiveness or higher, so a 3 or higher. Then what we did was we looked at, well, what about all of the other non-virtual schools within those districts? How did they perform? So about 2/3, 66%, earned a score of average effectiveness or higher. So it is worth noting that there is a gap between our virtual schools and then the schools, brick and mortar schools within those districts that we can see here. So my director of virtual schools and I we talk data a lot. I'm very blessed to have an incredible team of directors who are very passionate about their work and like nerding out with me as we talk about how we can, improve the work that we do every year. But one thing that we were talking about, in addition to this immense growth that we've seen both in enrollment and the number of virtual schools, we are noting that most virtual schools, like I said, that 64% are scoring a composite score that is on par with or better than their LEA. One thing that's worth noting is that students who attended an in-district virtual school demonstrated higher levels of academic achievement when compared to students attending a statewide virtual school. So that's one thing that we noted when looking at our data. And then as a reminder, most virtual students are attending statewide virtual schools. And many of them are operated within the LEA, but are actually operated by a third-party entity. And so that's something that's, again, worth noting and will come up again here in a later slide. In our efforts, this past year, our director of virtual schools has been, that position has existed just over a year now at the department, and Mr. Bowser has done incredible work, but he has released 10 different guidance documents related to virtual schooling in the past year, and they cover many topics. He just released a guidance document that we'll be releasing soon, looking at special education and how to support special education students within a virtual school setting. In addition, we've held 4 different virtual school guidance webinars to support virtual schooling across the state. And then probably the biggest piece that we've worked on this past year was developing a virtual school monitoring and evaluation framework. And that we just rolled out this summer to our districts and trained them on that. They're currently working on this process now, and the first reports will be due here, I believe, in December. So I'll end with just some current challenges that we are thinking about and talking about as we look at the work and what we want to focus on moving forward. But like I said before, statewide virtual schools that are managed by a third-party organization, they enroll most of the virtual schools across the state. There are currently 5, although there were 6 last year, and all 6 scored a TVOS level of 1. I think that's worth noting. So these are some of the lowest performing virtual schools, and they're the ones that enroll most of the virtual students. And so one thing that we are aware of is that within state board rule, only teachers who are employed by the district that authorizes a virtual school have to participate in the statewide evaluation system. So many virtual school teachers that teach within a statewide virtual school can be excluded from that requirement. There are actually some schools that we've talked to that want to still evaluate their teachers using the system, but it's not a requirement currently based in the rule. So again, I don't have more data to support an exact correlation, but it's something I think worth noting as we're trying to think ahead and how we can make improvements in all of our virtual schools across the state. That concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to take any additional questions that you have at this time.
Questions? Mr. Eby?
So you have a statement here that most virtual schools that generated TVOS school composite earned a score on par with or better than their LEA. what percent scored on par or worse than their LEA?
So 64% scored the same as or better, and so it would be the remaining third that would have scored lesser than.
No, lesser, but when you say on par or better.
worse.
I could have 30% on par and 36% above par, or I could have 90% on par, 10% above,
I
and
see.
then a bigger number down below.
So is the question how many are just on par versus or
Well,
performing
you
better?
report the data, you say on par or better is more virtual schools are on par or better, and that was 64%. So what percent are on par or worse?
Gotcha. I don't have the number off the top of my head,
That
but I
could be-
certainly
that could
can.
be
Yes.
80 That could be 80% or something like that. So it's just, I'm just trying to understand how effective the virtual schools are compared with, in-school district schools. And that statement is a little biased the way it's reported. So I'm trying to understand that. So.
I understand what you're saying.
Dr. Morrison?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Holt.
I was curious, Nate, your last slide certainly points to me in the direction of, well, the statewide virtual schools are some of the lowest performing virtual schools. They enroll the most virtual students in the state. That seems problematic to me. And then they're also the ones where, by state board rule, the teachers are excluded from the requirements of evaluation. And I was wondering if there's a reason behind that, if it seems like, on the assumption that, virtual schools in general are a good thing, and I confess not having a great sense of what role they play in the bigger picture, but putting that aside, is that just low-hanging fruit for something where these schools are not performing well, there are a lot of students in them, and by the way, they're the ones where we don't evaluate the teachers. So is that something that we just need to fix, or what's your view?
I would need to consult first with our state board team because I'm not sure if the rationale for this is based in just what is allowable under like hiring and working with vendors, and so it might just be something that exists because of other rules and laws that I'm not aware of. But it is something that we are aware of, that if there is anything that could be done here, it could be a potential lever, but I'm not sure if that's a possibility or not.
So I think part of the point of even having this type of presentation is to bring to our attention these kinds of issues so that board members can pull out information that is problematic, so then we can ask for more information. We can ask our team, state board staff, to work with TDOE staff to dig into this and really understand the true areas where there is a huge problem and we need to address it. So it appears that we have an opportunity here. So that's the point of having presentations like this, and individual members drawing attention to these areas that are problematic, or certainly appear to be problematic. And I think Dr. Morrison had something she wanted to say, but I think this is an opportunity for us to dig in, and it looks like we need to consider changing our board rule. But is that true? Let's go back and have them do the research, do the homework, and determine if that's a valid assessment.
And my question was sort of along those same lines, in that, not exactly on the evaluation, because I think part of the requirement is rooted in the law around who is required to be evaluated. There may be some more that we can do within rule to carve out, more space for those teachers to fall under the evaluation requirements, but I'll commit to coming back to this group with more information on that. My question really, though, Nate, was sort of in a similar vein in terms of seeing the increase in virtual schools across the state, and also not being satisfied yet with the performance of the students in those schools. Knowing that you all are just beginning some monitoring, I'm curious, what kinds of information you're going to be looking at in that framework, to what extent, instructional materials are part of that monitoring. I know that's something that we've been working with the Textbook Commission and folks at the department to figure out a process for reviewing instructional materials for virtual schools. That's kind of a new or a growing area that we need to tackle together. So any more you can tell us about the monitoring process and what we can expect to see in those reports would be great.
Absolutely, and I will make one comment on the instructional materials. We noticed that when we talked with some of our schools on some of the alignment issues with the materials that they were using, The form that they use to apply to open up a virtual school, our program, the school authorization form, while we felt it was pretty clear what the form was asking for, some schools did indicate that the questions around instructional materials was unclear. So we have since revised that to close the gap there, to make sure that there's no confusion on the expectations around instructional materials. However, there would have been schools that have, the majority of the schools that have opened the past 2 years would have been potentially on that old form. So that's one thing that we're trying to make sure that there's nothing that we're doing that would create confusion there for that alignment. But one thing that we're really excited about the monitoring tool is that the requirement is that it will be publicly available and made available to parents. And so I think that part of one of the biggest levers in choice is just providing really good information to parents so they can make good choices. And so I think that that's one thing that we're looking forward to, and just making that information, those reports, available to our families as they're selecting the best school choice for themselves. But the report is pretty exhaustive in terms of what it looks at. It looks at finances, academic performance, and alignment to compliance requirements. And so it is available, but I'm happy to share it with anyone, you or your team, if they want to take a look at it closer. And we'll have those first reports to share back in December, and so you can actually take a look and see how schools have completed those.
Will it get into the instructors and the staffing and some of these
I can't remember off the top of my head what we ask in terms of the instructional materials used, but I'll double check and get back to you.
And educators, I mean, actually, the
Educators.
materials, and also like who's staffing those schools and where are they licensed. That would be interesting to me.
Absolutely.
Mr. Eby,
Refresh my memory, what kind of,
you need to get closer.
what kind of accountability do they have the same accountability as the LEAs, the in-school?
Correct. Yeah, because they are a public school operated by the LEA, they would fall under the same accountability system. Correct.
And the statewide virtual schools?
Correct.
Do too?
Correct.
One clarification question. The third-party organizations, are they all the same, have the same, I'm going to say vendor, but organizations? Or are they different organizations from across the country?
There are, so right now we have, there's two different vendors, I believe, right now that we have that operate multiple schools. So Tennessee Connections Academy and then Tennessee Virtual Academy are the two that I've listed. I can double check to make sure I'm not missing one, but since there's a small number of them that are being outsourced to a vendor, there's not a lot of different options right now in Tennessee for who's operating them.
So I think it would be important to break out those two organizations if their performance is different from one another, because if one of them is a higher performing versus the other, or the problems that we're hearing about worsen one of the other vendors, organizations than the other. So I think it would be important to have that data as well. Other questions, comments?
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
So I want to make sure I heard something right, and if I did, get your thoughts on it. So did you say that virtual schools TCAP testing is on par or better than the LEAs? And I know there's not apples to apples, but the TVOS are below typically. And so are your thoughts there that the students entering are just better testers and then haven't grown, or why are those numbers like that?
So when we look at the TCAP scores, and I didn't have that in the presentation, and it's not in our current report, although you will see those numbers in this year's report. Currently, 24% of statewide virtual school students are on track or or mastered on the statewide assessments. It's 35% we're looking at in district virtual school students. So there's the difference in performance on TVOS and TCAP are similar in that. You see that same trend with in-district performing higher than the statewide. I don't have the exact numbers with the TCAP pulled up to compare, but I can pull that up. Look at the numbers that I shared was just TVOS on the slides.
Okay.
One more question.
Yes, Mr. Eby.
Is this data not continue to be consistent in what we saw during COVID, that those students that were in school perform better than those students who are virtual students?
So I think one important distinction is when students were doing virtual learning during COVID out of necessity, you were taking brick and mortar schools and putting it online. And in reality, a virtual school is designed around the concept of this is the purpose of this schooling. So the curriculum and instructional practices and all that should look different because it's designed with that in mind. And so I think, I don't think it would be a fair comparison to compare it to academics that occurred during the pandemic when those programs were designed kind of, quickly out of necessity in an emergency situation. But, certainly there, I could provide you additional research on what has been done in terms of virtual schooling elsewhere and just in general, if you're interested in that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments for Mr. Parker? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We look forward to hearing more in the near future. Thank you. The next presentation is the Governor's Investment in Vocational Education. Dr. Brandon Hudden, I'm sorry I'm mispronouncing your name, and Mr. Mitch Curry.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, Madam Chair, Executive Director Morrison, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all today about the Governor's Investment in Vocational Education. My name is Brandon Hudson from the Tennessee Higher Education Commission, and I'll be speaking about the GIVE initiative. And with me, he'll be joining us in a couple of minutes, is Mitch Curry, who'll be discussing the Supporting Post-Secondary Access in Rural Communities, or the SPARK initiative. The GIVE initiative was developed in 2019 and is a two-pronged approach to increasing access to quality career technical education and ensuring that our credentials that are offered by our secondary and post-secondary institutions meet the need of our local workforce partners. The two prongs of this initiative and this approach are the expansion of CTE dual enrollment and the GIVE community grants, which I'll be discussing today. Since its inception, Governor Lee and the General Assembly have funded two $25 million investments in career and technical education through these community grants. The community grants are awarded through a competitive process that incentivizes potential grantees to include stakeholders from our most distressed and at-risk counties in Tennessee. The most important part about these GIVE community grants are the statewide collaborative aspect of these that mandate certain partners be a part of these collaboratives in order to be eligible for these grants. So a state technical college or community college, so a state TCAT or a community college, a local workforce or economic development agency, employers, at least two employers facing a demonstrable workforce need, and a K through 12 career and technical education director. Again, these local collaboratives are so important and so vital to the success of these partnerships and these projects because they make sure that the appropriate stakeholders are represented and create local stakeholder buy-in to make sure that the local workforce needs are being met through these projects and partnerships. There are multiple ways in which these collaboratives can ensure that the intent of GIVE are being met. Grantees or potential grantees and grantees that are awarded showcase their plans to address local workforce needs and labor gaps in three or more, or one to three of these ways. So the development or expansion of programs that result in a post-secondary credential and fill a local workforce need. But we want these programs and these pathways should create a pathway from secondary to post-secondary to the workforce. This can include the purchase of equipment, high-quality equipment that meets that is adequately aligned with our industry partners in the area and our post-secondary partners, which is also vital to this success. This can also include the hiring of faculty and staff, which we all know is a huge need with a lot of these areas, and the expansion or the renovation of existing facilities to make sure that what the CTE programs that are being offered can fill the needs of these workforce partners. The second way that these grant projects can fill these workforce needs are through collaborative, meaningful, and structured work-based learning experiences. So these work-based learning experiences can can take shape in many different ways. So we have career awareness and exploration activities, so things like career fairs, job fairs, guest speakers, industry tours, things like that. And then also we have our more hands-on, hands-on activities, so things like internships, co-ops, registered apprenticeships, and clinicals. And then finally, meet the workforce need through recognized and valued industry certifications. So what's important about these industry certifications, they can result in post-secondary credit, but they can also and should also have value to local employers, so that students that are earning these at the secondary level or post-secondary level can enter into the workforce, showcasing the competencies that they've already learned and attained through our educational partners. So as I mentioned, there have been two $25 million investments by Governor Lee in the General Assembly, and going to spotlight a couple of different projects from Give 1.0 and then one project from Give 2.0. So the first one I want to spotlight is from TCAT Crump, and they were able to develop and implement a farming operations technology program, which is the first of its kind in the TCAT system. This program, we all know how big agriculture is in Tennessee. As I stated, this one is one of the first of its kind in the post-secondary setting through the technical college system. This program includes things like obviously safety, but also ag mechanics, ag business, precision agriculture, horticulture, and many more, that livestock management, many more things that these students are needing to know in today's agriculture setting, in today's agriculture industry. Also, with this project, TCAT Crump has been able to increase their dual enrollment partnership to over 400 students, and we may be over 500 students now because, again, first of its kind, the number of agriculture students in the secondary setting have really increased, and this provides them an opportunity to earn early post-secondary credit through their local TCAT. So with these GIVE funds, TCAT Crump hired a work-based learning and a dual enrollment coordinator, and they also funded TCAT classrooms. One of the most exciting parts about this particular project is an articulation agreement was signed from TCAT Crump to the University of Tennessee at Martin. So graduates from this Farming Operations Technology program are able to earn up to 30 credit hours through UT Martin's General Agriculture Bachelor's Degree program. So graduates can finish their bachelor's degree in 3 years now. The next one we want to showcase, TCAT Morristown. They started a manufacturing boot camp. So TCAT Morristown's project includes 8 different school systems, really focused on, in 7 different counties, really focused on advanced manufacturing. So what a part of this is expanding access and awareness around advanced manufacturing programs and opportunities in the area, and really wanted to focus on our underrepresented and non-traditional student population in these programs. So TCAT Morristown hosted a manufacturing boot camp, and what this did was introduce 8 female students to careers in manufacturing. They exposed them to careers in things like engineering design, electricity, welding, machine tool technology, and included things like an industry tour, multiple guest speakers to really come in and talk to these young ladies about advanced manufacturing and all the opportunities that are out there. So this concluded with a hands-on project that incorporated the 4 areas that I previously mentioned, and the participants in this were called Rosie's Girls, and you can find that clip on YouTube. It's a pretty good little promotional video for TCAT Morristown and their secondary partners. Finally, our Give 2.0 spotlight is from Roane State Community College and their Student Hospitality Apprentice Experience, or the SHAPE program. So taking advantage of the workforce need in this area, or in the area, particularly around Sevier County and Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge in that area, really wanted to focus on culinary arts and expand opportunities and exposure and awareness to all the job opportunities that are out there with culinary arts and hospitality and tourism management. So with this, they're going to purchase a food truck. They're in the process of building up that food truck now. Will serve their community, but also allow these students to have that hands-on experience that is so vital to the success in these career and technical education fields. So they're partnering with multiple school systems to increase dual enrollment opportunities and work-based learning experiences. So I forgot to mention that the grants, the GIVE grants are up to $1 million for these local collaboratives, and we've seen so much success and so much partnerships and communication between all of our required stakeholder groups that the General Assembly and the Governor's Office have, in this last session, there was another $40 million for GIVE 3.0 that'll be coming out sometime in the future. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions before I turn it over to Mitch to talk about Spark.
Well, first of all, I want to say we all had an opportunity today here on the campus of Roane State Community College to see how the GIVE money was awarded here and how they were utilizing it in their mechatronics program. So it was incredibly impressive. So we saw that firsthand. So we appreciate you sharing this update today and other areas of the state where the money is being utilized, and I'm sure there's a whole host of others. So Dr. Hudson with an S, there was a typo on my paper. So I apologize for that. But thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments for Dr. Hudson? Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the board, executive director. My name is Mitch Curry, also with the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. And I'm going to shift focus just a little bit here. We're going to talk about a different initiative. This one's very similar to GIVE, which Dr. Hudson just spoke to you about. But this one focused specifically on increasing dual CTE in economically at-risk and distressed counties. So the Supporting Post-Secondary Access in Rural Counties is a targeted initiative to engage local constituencies and education stakeholders to address 3 identified obstacles. It would help if I click the slide. Let's try this again. All right, so those 3 needs are infrastructure needs, geographic access to post-secondary education, and unmet need for additional CTE and dual enrollment opportunities. To date, there's been $14.4 million invested by Governor Lee and the General Assembly into this initiative. It's taken place over 3 rounds. I'm not really going to get into all that. If you have questions about the different rounds, I'll go to that at the end. So all this money is going to help prepare students for the workforce. Unlike GIVE, Spark is a non-competitive process that awards funds directly to the district level CTE departments. There's kind of 3 buckets where these Spark funds can be used. So the first would be to purchase industry-centered CTE equipment that will enable students to pursue industry credentialing and post-secondary credits. They can purchase dual enrollment course in partnership with a TCAT to include the cost of establishing a dual enrollment opportunity or an adult learner opportunity within the high school, or to cover the cost of work-based learning experiences, industry credentialing, teacher externships, some teacher professional development. So like GIVE, Spark also relies on local collaboratives. However, it's not a requirement for this grant. We do try to work with many of these districts to make sure they got good post-secondary partners, be it TCATs or community colleges. So all that looks good on the slide, but what we really care about is what's actually happening, right? So let's look at 3 different examples here. So the first one is Clay County. They were able to tackle the lack of infrastructure in their area by updating older shop space and purchasing equipment to establish a computer lab. Because of Spark, students can enroll in Cybersecurity 1 and 2 and earn dual enrollment credit in information technology through TCAT Livingston. So at the end of the last school year, there have been roughly 30 students in both Cybersecurity 1 and 2, and then 20 students have completed both of those programs. Next, we'll look at how Morgan County has tried to tackle the issue of geographic access. If you are familiar with Morgan County, it's one of our eastern counties. It's got mountains. It's got a lot of issues with trying to get around. So what they do is something that's kind of a model, hopefully, for others across the state. So they leveraged the equipment they purchased with Spark funds. Morgan County was able to upgrade its welding program and begin offering an off-hour adult program. This is done in partnership with TCAT 09 at Huntsville. And because, like I mentioned, access is a barrier for everyone, the K-12 system has allowed this course to be held on the campus of the Morgan County Career and Technical Center, and it's open for high school students and then in the evenings for adult learners to come in. Spark also enabled Morgan County to offer 3 new CTE programs in carpentry, light vehicle maintenance and repair, and agricultural production. So we'll take it to the third one. So this example highlights how counties that overcome lack of CTE dual enrollment opportunities. So Hancock County is able to establish a CTE dual enrollment opportunity in a county where it was non-existent prior to SPARK. By partnering with TCAT Morristown, Hancock County was able to purchase and establish the dual enrollment welding program within the high school. If y'all have seen some of this stuff actually before, it actually was all in. It's an amazing transformation of what this place used to look like, and then just look at that equipment that's in there now. It's all stuff that you'll see used in local industry. It's all stuff that's taught at the TCAT too. So when students finish here and they go on to keep pursuing their post-secondary learning, they're learning on the same equipment. They're going to be hired by these industries. They're using the same equipment, so that they already know what they're doing. So this program, at the end of last year, there have been 57 students roughly who have gone through this particular program. And then I'm going to close with this. So I think it's important that we recognize the value of Give and Spark and what role they play in workforce development for our state. So they're separate programs, but they both focus on expanding CTE opportunities and intentionally share many of the same similarities. Because they complement each other, communities that partner in both grants can leverage two funding sources. And I'd like to kind of point out Dr. Dan Shoemaker from Morgan County. His quote here says, "The synergistic approach of Spark and Give has allowed us to have a greater impact on the future workforce of Morgan County." I think Dan's statement really shows the value of Give and Spark. These aren't just grants. These are workforce development drivers that are really doing a lot to prepare students today for the workforce of tomorrow. So with that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Are there any questions? Mr. Eby?
I think you said these were non-competitive grants. What is a typical grant size?
Let me give you a little bit of history because they've grown over time. So in 2018, we started with just 19 counties. At the time, the state had 19 distressed counties. Those counties got $75,000 each. I might have just said 2019. I meant 2018 if I said that. In 2019, we expanded and we started including distressed and at-risk counties. So during that round of funding, the distressed counties got another $75,000 and at-risk counties got $36,000. We're currently on our third round, and there's been a substantial jump. So in the third round, distressed counties got $223,000. At-risk counties got $124,000.
Is there any district that doesn't take the funds?
Not yet, no. And we'd probably drive out there and talk to them if they didn't. So.
Good. A great program. Thank you.
Other questions, comments?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Jensen.
As you're looking across the state, how is the implementation going? You've given us a very nice insight into several local places. Overall, what's your sense about the trajectory of this and the health of it, and what the obstacles and success might look like?
So implementation, the examples I gave are kind of good, just general ones, but it's kind of different in different places too. One of the biggest obstacles we see is space. So they got money and they can purchase equipment, but where are you going to put all this equipment?
Right.
So you can't just turn a math lab or a science lab into a welding lab. That's obvious. So that's one of our biggest problems. I would say the next kind of biggest issue we face is with those CTE dual enrollment, with the TCATs. Those are typically, they're TCAT instructors. And the problem with that is finding somebody who's willing to come out of the industry, making six figures, and make half of that to teach. So that's one of our biggest barriers. But a lot of these counties are able to do this, are able to kind of leverage their networks and find somebody who's either a former student wants to come back, or somebody who's close to retirement in the industry and willing to keep, giving to the community. So barring those kind of obstacles, I think the future is bright for this. As long as it's going to continue to be funded, I think we can continue to grow it. We've looked at other ways how we can expand it to other areas, and that's something we're working on hopefully for early this year or this coming year. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, follow up. You said the big obstacles, and I think I heard one of them, and I heard it earlier, is getting qualified teachers. What are the things within that obstacle? People that want to do it, their qualifications. I mean, a little insight into that, if you don't mind.
From what I hear, a lot of it's the money, because if you're getting somebody who's able to, let's say, teach a machining class or an industrial maintenance class, they can make a whole lot of money in the industry. And for them to come and be a teacher and teach that in one of our rural communities, they're making probably, I would say, at least 50% less than what they were making in the industry. So I think there's got to be a heart for teaching as part of it. So like I said, maybe they're closer to retirement and the money's not a big deal. Maybe they just want to move back to the local community and give back. I think their heart has to be in it. I don't know how to overcome that.
Thank you.
I will add, I know that there are a variety of other issues because I formerly, in my day job, worked with school districts and employers to try to make the connections to ensure that the workforce, the leaders in industry were being heard. And sometimes it is often, yes, absolutely, finding the right person who is ready to leave industry because they're ready to retire and they're willing to do it because of that. But there's also the employers who have to quantify what's needed, how much. You know, you mentioned the program that's offering welding. That's wonderful. How many different types of welding are out there today, and meeting the needs of every one of those employers who have the need for a different type of welding. So it's kind of complicated, but it takes everybody to come together. It's not just the district. The district cannot do it by themselves, and they have to have that partnership with a TCAT or a community college, and the employer has to come forward, and sometimes they have to provide the instructor. So there's a variety of issues that have to be overcome, and it's not for the faint of heart, and people have to be willing to do it, but the employers have to push because they're the ones who have the need, and it's possible. You can form those collaborations and make it work. It does work, but it's hard. You said it.
Yes, ma'am. You're exactly right. That's one of the things we've tried to talk with some employers about is you say you need the workers, do something to help us out. And whether that's just let Jim go over here and teach the class for 2 hours a day, then that gets you what you need and it gets the state what we need.
Exactly, because sometimes it's encouraging the students, and not every student is going to be interested in welding or mechatronics or nursing or whatever the need or the gap is. And so it's informing students about the opportunity if you can get the employers to come in. So I don't want to belabor it because it is complicated. But thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Curry. Appreciate it. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. We're going to take a break, a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 2:07, I believe. I got my math right? I may be wrong. He's the mathematician, is that right? We'll come back at 2:07. I believe that'll be fair enough. That's 10 minutes.
2:12.
Okay.
Let me show you something.
starting on time, and I should have given us more time because of some of the facilities that we need to get to. There's, I think one at a time, and I'm telling you more than you needed to know. So we're missing a couple of board members. We'll get restarted in just a moment. For the stage, Dr. Laird, so you're ready to go as soon as we have one, just about ready, one moment. I don't want anybody to miss your entire presentation. This is too important.
We have quite a bit to talk about.
This is too important. Yeah, I need to. We're missing Nick and Nate. For everybody viewing, we will get started as soon as a couple of other board members return. Oh, yes. Okay. We'll go ahead and get started. Dr. David Laird, the State Department of Education, you have a presentation to make for us on accountability and ESSA compliance.
I do.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Laird. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Assessment and Accountability, newly minted in this role. I'm probably a new face to many of you. I've been at the department 2 years. I assumed responsibility for accountability earlier this year, and just in the last month, have taken on the responsibility for the assessment portfolio. So assuming the next 2 days go okay, you'll be seeing a lot of me as time goes on. The overarching objectives for today are really to accomplish two things. One is to do a primer on our accountability system. Relative to other states, our system really is quite involved. There are a lot of moving pieces that go into our accountability system. So we definitely wanted to spend some time today and not just tease apart our system, but also tease apart all of the connections to various sort of requirements that exist. So what does the federal government require that shapes our accountability system? What does state law require that shapes our accountability system? And really make sure that we tease apart those pieces. The other thing that we're prepared to talk about today as well are some compliance findings that the federal government has served Tennessee with. There are a few instances in which our accountability system has been identified as being out of compliance with some of these federal requirements, and we want to talk through a few of those issues, foreshadow a few of those issues with you as we are presently engaging with directors throughout the state on some possible adjustments to meet those compliance findings. So just a quick overview of the legal requirements that shape the way our performance management system exists. The primary federal requirement is the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which is reauthorized every 15 or 20 years. The present incarnation of that law is the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. There are a number of provisions in ESSA Title I that govern a performance management system at the districts. So we'll talk about the assessment requirements, Tennessee is required by federal law to report elementary ELA and math scores in grades 3 through 8, once again in grades 9 through 12. We have to report science scores once in elementary, middle, and high school. We have to do an alternative assessment for students with the most profound disabilities. We also have to do an assessment of English language development for our newly arrived English language learners. That is not an exhaustive list of all of the assessment provisions in ESSA, but those are really the core ones that shape the assessments that we maintain in Tennessee as it relates to federal requirements. Federal requirements for accountability, again, I'm not going to get too far into the weeds here, but at a high level, there's 3 core components to it. We have to have a system of annual measurable goals that we use to evaluate schools. You would know these as our AMOs, and we'll talk about the production and calculation of AMOs later on in the session. We are required to have what the federal government calls an annual system of meaningful differentiation, which basically just is a performance management system with a number of key indicators that raise the performance of all the schools in the state. And there are a number of indicators that are specified within this. So we have to have a core academic achievement indicator, which we would think of as a calculation of percent proficient. We have to have a graduation rate. There needs to be an academic growth requirement. So there are some core stipulations for what feeds our annual system of meaningful differentiation. And the last third of the federal requirement are designations. So we are required to identify some lower performing schools and a variety of different characteristics that I'll describe later in the presentation. And that is sort of the third component of what the federal government requires us to do. The state extends those requirements in a couple meaningful ways. The state requires that annual meaningful system of differentiation be sort of shaped into a system of school letter grades. So we have to take the requirement to produce this array of performance, and we are intended to map that to a system of letter grades to meet state statutory requirements. Additionally, the state also requires us to produce district designations. So that's not a federal requirement, but in fact there is a state statute that requires us to identify higher performing and lower performing districts, and that's part of our intersection with the work of the state board. There are, and again, this was not the main thrust of our session today, because the state board has responsibilities related to standards and assessment. There are dozens of tangential relationships. Changes to standards precipitate changes to assessments, which precipitate changes to the accountability metrics and the way those things play out. So I just wanted to flag that this is not exhaustive in any way, shape, or form. In fact, there's a wide variety of additional intersections that are maybe a little bit more tangential to our conversation today, but certainly there are a lot of other places where I'm sure we'll be digging in as time goes on. So progressing just a little bit farther and trying to specify more directly some of the places where our work intersects. The production of AMOs and the approval of AMOs is an annual requirement, and we can talk a little bit more about some of the challenges that we're facing this year in terms of the production of AMOs. But that federal requirement for having long-term goals and monitoring long-term goals for schools is something that we work with the board to do. There are a variety of school designations and district designations that we bring to the board, and we'll talk a little bit more about those as we get later on in the presentation. And then lastly, again, any other requirements relative to the productions of standards that have downstream consequences for the productions of assessments and AMOs are things that we discussed with the board. There was a question that came up earlier about the determination of proficiency. There are additional questions like that that come up that in future workshops we'd love to continue to discuss with the board and help them understand our assessment portfolio in a little bit more detail. So just moving into a quick overview of our accountability system. We'll talk about the indicators that feed our meaningful system of differentiation, how those are weighted and calculated, and ultimately the specific role of the AMOs in our accountability system. This first graphic that we have up here is just a way for us to try to represent how these 3 core elements of the federal requirement for our accountability system play out in Tennessee. So what you see in the center is our system of annual meaningful differentiation, also known in Tennessee as our letter grades. What I want to highlight here, and this is where our system starts to feel a little bit complex, our implementation of the annual meaningful differentiation in schools only covers the designations A through D in our accountability system. So we take all of the indicators that I'm going to describe later on today, we array the performance of all the schools in the state, and we array them out A through D. We have a separate methodology, not related to the production of the indicators that produce the letter grades, that we use to identify our most significant designation of low-performing schools, which is the priority or CSI designation. So there is a different methodology that we use to identify those schools, and then those schools are then mapped to a letter grade of F. And we can talk about the rationale and the methodology for that. But it's important to understand that the way Tennessee expresses that federal requirement is we meet that requirement for A to D letter grades. And then we have separate processes for designations in many cases that we then map to and try to fit into a coherent system with our letter grades. And now let's talk a little bit more about those indicators. For our annual system of meaningful differentiation, what you see in these pie charts is essentially it identifies the indicators that feed the letter grade system and the relative weighting of each of those indicators. So if you're looking at the K-8 school model, there are 4 indicators that feed the letter grade system. Achievement is essentially sometimes called success rate. It's percent proficient. So it's simply the number of schools that have met or exceeded the expectations on the TCAP. There is the TVOS growth metric that looks at the change in proficiency, or rather the change in performance on the TCAP test. There are 2 additional indicators. One is an indicator of chronic absenteeism, so students that would be considered habitually absent, so the percentage of students that are identified as habitually absent, and our ELPA indicator, or this is our assessment of English language proficiency. For our high schools, there are 2 additional indicators. We have a graduate rate indicator, and we also have our ready graduate rate indicator. Our ready graduate indicator is an indicator that identifies and gives credit for schools and districts, any child that achieves some post-secondary outcome. So they could achieve a college credit, they could achieve an industry certification, they could achieve a qualifying score on the ACT, a qualifying score on a service exam. So any indication that this child is ready for challenges beyond the high school level. Those are essentially, it's a composite indicator of all of the evidence that suggests that children are college and career ready. You can see the various weightings of the indicators. There's always a significant attribution to achievement and a significant attribution to growth. And that is actually a federal requirement as well. So the achievement indicator and the growth indicator are federal requirements, and we are by law to keep the weighting of those indicators within certain boundaries as they are. I'll talk a little bit more about the shading on this chart. I realize there's, we'll get to the AMOs and how those impact that in just a second, but I did want to pause here and just see if there are any additional questions or clarifications that folks may have about the indicators for the weighting. Okay, so pressing on. Again, the district model is arrayed here. Each of these pie pieces is weighted equally, but you'd also note as you look at this, there's 3 pie pieces for TVOS. So there's elementary TVOS, middle TVOS, and high school TVOS, and the same thing with achievement. So the pie pieces here for the districts actually resemble that of schools much more similarly in that there's a significant weighting for achievement and there's a significant weighting for growth in our accountability system. Now, looking at the AMOs, and here we'll get to the shading on this chart, and I apologize, it's a little bit hard to see up here. All of the indicators that have shaded lines on this chart, so we'll take achievement as the most typical example. Essentially what our accountability system does is each one of these indicators is evaluated on a 0 to 4 scale. The school's overall accountability indicator is then a weighted average of each of the indicator scores, plus an additional level of programming in which we compare the performance of all students to the performance of subgroups, and we calculate an additional weighted average that weights appropriately the performance of individual subgroups. But for the calculation of any of these shaded indicators, such as the achievement indicator, essentially what happens is that we produce 2 different scores. One score is what we would call the absolute pathway, which would be to take the absolute performance of that indicator, and for the achievement indicator, that would be the percentage of students that are proficient. and we evaluate that relative to cut scores. So the cut score for the top marks for points to achieve the full 4 points for the achievement indicator, you need to have a success rate above 45%. So if your success rate is 46%, you're going to get an A for the achievement indicator and you're going to receive 4 points. However, we also compute a separate pathway for each one of these shaded indicators, and that would be the AMO pathway. So we evaluate both the achievement indicator, the absolute performance, but we also evaluate the performance of that school or that district relative to a performance target. And if a school makes a certain level of performance that exceeds their annual measurable objective target, they can also then achieve a second indicator score, and the actual calculation is based on a best of computation. So let's say we had a school, I apologize, this is a little nuanced here. Let's say we have a school that had a 44% proficiency rate. They would earn a 3 based on the absolute performance pathway because they needed to get to 45% to earn a 4. However, we would also calculate for that school an annual measurable objective or a growth target for their achievement score. And it's possible their growth target would have only required them to have hit, say, 43%. And because they've exceeded the growth target that was set for them, they would also, for the AMO pathway, have achieved a 4.0 score for the achievement indicator. And because their AMO score was higher than their achievement score, we would factor the 4 into their accountability determination as opposed to the 3. So every place where an AMO shows up, the school receives a best of comparison between evaluating their actual score versus their score relative to the growth target that is approved by the board. So the AMO pathway shows up for achievement, it shows up for the Ready Graduate Indicator, the Graduate Indicator, and chronic absenteeism. It does not show up in the TVOS pathway because TVOS is inherently a growth score. It also doesn't show up in the ELPA pathway because the calculation of the ELPA score, the construction of that test inherently evaluates students relative to an expectation for predicted growth. So if a child is identified as having, quote unquote, passed the ELPA exam, it is already implicitly meant that that child has surpassed the expectation for growth for that English language learner. So there's 2 places where we don't use the AMO pathway. Everywhere else that we can, we compute both the AMO pathway and the achievement pathway for these indicators. And I'll go just one slide forward and just talk through the calculation of the AMO. The formula for calculating AMOs is really quite simple. We take essentially the delta to full proficiency. So let's say we had a school that had a 40% proficiency rate. The calculation of their AMO would be to take the delta to full proficiency, which would be 60%. And the logic of the AMO calculation is that that school must reduce by half their gap to full proficiency by 50% over 8 years. So functionally, we would take that 60% delta, and if you divide that by 16, which is having that amount, so we're trying to get to 30% over 8 years, we divide the delta by 16, and that would give you their AMO target. So if they had a 40% achievement rate in 1 year, their AMO target would be 43.75 the following year, because their AMO target is 3.75 points. So again, let me stop there, and I'll even back up to our pie charts here. These are the primary components of our system of annual meaningful differentiation. This is what we use to array schools A through D. All of these indicators are essentially computed weighted averages. And again, each of the shaded elements here are where we compute AMOs, where we evaluate both the performance of the school, their absolute performance, but we also give them the best of option where we evaluate their performance towards the goals that are approved by the board. So let me again stop there. What's clear as mud? There are a lot of moving pieces here. I'm happy to go as deep or stay as shallow as the board finds value.
Looks like everybody's good.
I have one question. Why 8
Okay.
years? Maybe this is obvious to some, but why divided or over the course of 8 years?
My understanding of how, and again, not being part of the conversations in which this was actually determined, and our system has been in place since 1718. So our original ESSA plan was developed in 1617, approved in 1718. My understanding of that, just based on my own prior research in the improvement area, is that is based on a reasonable expectation for performance improvement that's been observed nationally. Sustaining meaningful improvement across time is very difficult and challenging to do. And so a 50% reduction over 8 years, I would imagine, has a significant foundation in the educational literature, and I'm happy to follow up with the board and confirm that.
Sure.
Other questions or comments? You can continue. Thank you.
So let's progress to the designations. So there's a variety of designations listed here that we'll discuss with the board. The reward school designation is our designation for higher performing schools. The reward designation, unlike the priority or CSI designation, is actually derived from our meaningful system of differentiation. So all of the indicators that feed our accountability system, they essentially roll up and every school receives an overall accountability numeric score. Based on our existing protocol, any school that achieves a numeric value for their overall accountability system of 3.1 or higher would have received an A letter grade in our accountability system had we published letter grades. And it is those schools that would automatically be determined or identified as reward schools. So our existing annual system of meaningful differentiation does feed the reward school designation. We have, and I just want to make sure I'm precise here, we have 428 schools on the reward school this year. Those are schools that would have received A letter grades had that particular element of our accountability system move forward. So again, I think the core concern here for the board is to understand that this designation is directly derived from the system that is intended to produce letter grades. It's based on all of the indicators in our accountability system. So absenteeism feeds this, the ELPA designation, chronic absenteeism, growth, and absolute performance. Focus schools are also known federally as TSI and ATSI schools. These are designations of schools that are specifically relative to the performance of individual subgroups of students. The TSI designation, the Targeted Support and Improvement Schools, is also based on our entire system of annual meaningful differentiation. So we take all of the indicators in the weighting that feed our accountability system, and we compute that for a variety of student subgroups. Any school that has a student subgroup whose overall accountability determination score is in the bottom 5% of schools in the state would be identified as a TSI school. TSI schools are a one-year designation. It's a list that's reproduced every single year. And that is the first of the two, what we would think of as focus school designations. The second focus school designation are our ATSI schools, or our additional targeted support and improvement schools. This is essentially a more significant version of focus status. In order to be considered as an ATSI school, you first have to be identified as a TSI school in the prior year. We then, to identify the ATSI schools, essentially evaluate not the entire accountability system, but we just look at the success rate, or the percent proficient, of schools that are eligible for ATSI designation. And again, we evaluate the performance of all of the subgroups at those schools that are presently identified as TSI. And any of them that have percent proficient rates for any subgroup that is below the cutoff for our priority school designation, which is essentially our designation for the lowest performing schools in the state, if any of those individual subgroup scores are lower than our most significant or concerning cut score for the identification of schools, those schools are also then identified as ATSI schools, or additional targeted support for improvement schools. That is a 3-year designation. So ATSI schools are only intended to be identified every 3 years, and it's intended to be a much more significant designation. This year we have 149 TSI schools, and we have 55 ATSI schools. The last designation on the list is also the one that is most significant. These are our priority school or CSI schools. So this is a designation, the CSI terminology is the federal language, the priority language is our state language. This is the designation that is intended to identify the schools with the highest concentration of low-performing kids in the state. The purpose of this designation, and I realize it's often experienced very differently in the state, but the purpose of this designation is to align support and resources to the schools in greatest need of support. The overarching intent of the identification methodology for these schools is to look at 2 core academic indicators. We look at the percent proficient, and we look at the graduation rate, and we identify schools that are in the 4% proficient. We look at schools that are in the bottom 5% for proficiency in the entire state. That would produce the preliminary list of priority schools. We then make an additional check where we do look at their growth as sort of a secondary step. So if they're in the bottom 5% of proficiency in the state, but they have had a TVOS score of a 4 or a 5 for 2 consecutive years, they would essentially be removed from the list and and replaced with the next school on the list whose proficiency would essentially be the lowest in the state. So the goal is always to try to have 5% of the schools in the state identified for the priority list, again, with the intent being identifying the schools that are truly in greatest need and aligning support resources for them. The other avenue for priority identification is to be a high school that has a graduation rate below 67%. So again, intended to be very low bars that are identifying the schools in greatest need and aligning support and resources. And I apologize, I missed one very relevant detail, talking about the achievement rate, the identification of proficiency. The intent for the priority methodology is to actually compute a 3-year average of proficiency rates when we look for that bottom 5%. So I apologize, I should have led with that. So it's not just looking at the proficiency rate in a single year. In order to be identified as a priority school, your 3-year average proficiency rate should be in the bottom 5% for the state.
Your slide says 2 years.
Well, so I'll speak to that in one second. We haven't had 3 years of data in a while, so the intent and what we've been able to execute have diverged. So that is the intent, do a 3-year weighted average, or not a non-weighted average, a 3-year average of percent proficiency rates. Now, we have not had 3 years of data to use for priority identification. We did not test in the spring of 20, and there is presently a state law that precludes the department from using the 2020-21 test data for the identification of priority schools. So the only data the department had available to it was to reach all the way back to the 18-19 data and to use the 21-22 data for the identification of priority schools. And that is what we did to produce the list that will come before you guys today. It's the best available information that the department had at the time. In addition to that, the federal government offered to states some additional flexibility to append the implementation of priority schools that Tennessee availed itself of. A traditional priority identification is intended to be a 3-year identification. So once you're identified as a priority school, you're going to be a priority school for 3 years unless you meet certain exit criteria that are based on similar metrics. Because of the imperfect data model that was available to every state in the country, because as Dr. Coons mentioned, Tennessee tested far more kids than anybody else in the state. We were actually in a better place to potentially have used that 2020-21 data than many places, but the decision was made not to use it here, and no other states in the country, by and large, were able to use data from that year simply because they didn't test nearly enough of their students to make that a valid and reliable indicator for such a high-stakes interpretation. So, priority list that will come before you today was based on data in 18-19, and it was also based on the 20-21 data, or the 21-22 test data. We have, however, availed ourselves of flexibility from the federal government, and we are reducing the length of priority identification from 3 years down to 1 year. Because the data model isn't perfect, it seemed that the appropriate way to make use of the data that we had, given the imperfect data that's feeding our model, was again to reduce the length of the priority determination. So we will provide a priority determination, a list of priority and CSI schools to the board this year. We will provide you another list of priority and CSI schools next year, which again, has not happened previously. It's normally a 3-year designation. But we are going to identify these schools for 1 year, and then we are going to come back and resume a 3-year cycle starting next year. Now, that data model will still be imperfect. We will not have 3 years of data at that point in time. We will use the 21-22 data and the 22-23 data. So at the very least, we will have 2 of the most current years of data, which is frankly an improvement based on what we have available to us right now. And at that point in time, we'll resume a 3-year cycle for priority and CSI designations. So to your question, that's why we're listing 2 years here. We've used 2 years for this year non-continuously, and we'll use 2 years next year continuously. And knock on wood, no future massive disruptions of our state testing system. We'll resume a full 3-year cycle for priority designations 3 years after that. There's a few more wrinkles here, but that's an awful lot of stuff. So let me just pause there again and say, what can I clarify or speak to more directly?
Mr. Eby?
So I didn't see on the priority list any virtual schools, and maybe they haven't been operational long enough to determine, but if you reduce the time for other schools because you didn't have 2 years, 3 years worth of data, if you only use 1 year worth of data, would any of the virtual schools ended up on a priority list?
I couldn't speak to that at the moment.
If the intent is to identify them so that we can provide them support and help, I would think that that would be, something that we might want to look at.
So I think, you haven't said this explicitly, but it's 18, 19, and 21, 22 data that we're looking at for this year's priority list, correct?
Yes.
Which may be why the virtual schools aren't. Many of them are so new this year. They have to have 2 years of data, I think, to be on the priority list.
But he said the reason it's 2 years is it should have been 3 years, but because of COVID, they only had 2 years.
Right.
And,
But 18, 19 would have been before COVID, and a lot of these virtual schools weren't open then.
I understand, but my point is that if you reduce the time for the other schools to identify what schools should be listed as priority schools, recognizing that priority schools are maybe only been there for a year, should you equally reduce their time to identify that, yeah, maybe they should be on the priority school list, to identify that they need help? It's just a question.
Well,
does that make sense, what I'm saying?
your question does make, it certainly makes sense to me. I would say that I feel better with the path that we move forward, knowing that we're going to redo the priority list next year. If we were stuck with a 3-year cycle based on the data that we had available to us, that's not a situation that I think anyone would like to be in. The fact that we're going to redo the list next year using the 2 most current years of data, at the very least, I can say we don't have to wait another 3 years to find these schools if they're truly in need of support. We're only going to have to wait 1 year and not 3.
And I assume, based on what I think I heard before, is that the priority schools are subject to accountability so that they would get a grade also.
Yeah, they're public schools. They're
virtual schools.
Involved in our accountability system. Yeah.
And I'll double check. I think there actually may be some virtual schools on the priority list, but their names may be misleading. But
Okay,
I'll double
I
check.
looked at the list and it didn't say virtual school on there.
I think it may be, just kind of.
Okay, good.
And I believe there are as well. I didn't want to speak too much off the cuff, but we'll follow up with you on that. I'm pretty sure we will.
Thank you.
I have a slightly different question, though. Related, but slightly different. So if we are just, looking at these priority schools for 1 year, can you talk about what happens in terms of supports, consequences? I know there's different consequences for charter schools, for example, based on another law around priority list. And then, so just a little bit about implications for being on the priority list this year, given that it's only going to be 1 year.
So I'd have to apologize. That's a little bit outside of the support and follow-up for these schools is a little bit outside of my area of expertise. If this is something that we really want to dig into. I know there's colleagues here that could speak to that in more detail, but my sphere of influence is really in the identification of these schools, not necessarily the consequences that follow to them. So unfortunately, I just don't feel really well versed to speak to that.
We can follow up. I just am interested to know what will happen with
Of
those
course.
schools in the next year, and then also for charter schools. I know there's kind of an open question there that folks are looking into, so.
Accountability shouldn't exist if we aren't doing something important with the schools that we identify. So I completely understand the importance and relevance of that question. This is not a place where I would want to speak off the cuff. So one other important note about priority, you'll notice we say priority/CSI here, and there's a really important wrinkle associated with this. In the design of our accountability system starting in 2017-18, the intent was always to use priority and the CSI designation synonymously. The state calls them priority schools, the federal government wants us to identify CSI schools. Starting in 17-18, there was another year in which there was a disruption to state testing, and there was a law that was applied that precluded us from using a year's worth of data in the identification of our priority schools. This was a state law. However, the federal government required us to use that data in the identification of priority schools. So there's been an instance previously where there is a disconnect between the identification of priority schools and CSI schools. The intent has always for them to be in lockstep. These are intended to be the schools that need the greatest support possible. There is one other instance that's occurred recently in which the priority list and the CSI list have diverged. There's an additional category of schools that are identified as CSI schools without having been identified as priority schools. Every school that's identified as a priority school is a CSI school, but there are two instances of schools in this year that are CSI schools without having met the criteria to be identified as priority. The reason why these two schools are CSI and not priority is these are schools that are presently assigned to the Achievement School District. This is essentially a group of schools that have been identified even within the priority schools. This is a subset of schools that are identified as priority that are then moved into the Achievement School District, and these are the schools that essentially enter state takeover. It's the most significant and robust intervention that the state supports for truly the schools that are the lowest performing. At a minimum, once these schools enter the Achievement School District, they'll be there for 6 years and potentially even up to 10 years, regardless of their priority status. So the two schools that are identified as CSI that are not priority are schools that did not meet the priority identification criteria, but continue to remain in the Achievement School District. So these are schools that we need to communicate to the federal government as still receiving, being eligible for and receiving the most significant support and intervention that the state can provide, knowing that one of these schools actually met the exit criteria for priority status. But because of the intervention that they're associated with and the significance and the prolonged duration of the intervention that they're associated with, these schools are continued to be identified as CSI. And that's why you'll see them on the list that will come before you tomorrow.
So they're on the priority list for our purposes, or they're on the list differently?
So
I don't
the
recall.
list is priority and CSI,
Right.
and they are now annotated or asterisked to identify that these are CSI schools that were not identified as priority
Okay,
schools.
thanks for the clarification.
Of course.
Other questions or comments? Okay, you can continue.
Thank you. So again, I just wanted to highlight moving forward the progression of designations moving forward. We'll continue to do reward schools annually. We'll do TSI and TSI schools annually. The ATSI, again, which is the most significant version of the focus school identification or the student subgroup identification, is a 3-year identification, and then the priority CSI list, starting next year, will resume a 3-year pattern of identification. So now I want to talk a little bit more about sort of the second large topic on the agenda, and that is to discuss some compliance findings that the department has been served with by the federal government. So the federal government essentially monitored our accountability system in 2020-21 and served the department with a series of findings in which they've indicated that all of the elements that I spoke to earlier, some element of our system of annual meaningful differentiation or the indicators that feed that, the way we calculate percent proficient, the way that we calculate graduation rate for the purposes of federal reporting are rather now out of compliance. And that is one thing that I want to flag. Many of the elements, if not all of the elements that have now been identified as being out of compliance were elements of our original SS state plan that we submitted in 2017-18. So many of these things were previously approved by the federal government, and which they have now functionally reversed their decision and are now identifying these as being compliance issues that the department needs to resolve, in their words, as quickly as possible. And I want to flag here, we have, and we'll make sure everyone on the board has a link, we have placed on our public website a link to the report that we received from the federal government that details all of the findings that have been levied against the department. We want to make sure that there's complete transparency about what it is that we're being asked to do and the timeline in which we're being asked to do it. You'll also find on there a very sternly worded letter that we've received in the last month from the federal government. They are calling our compliance issues significant, and they have indicated that there is potentially some risk to the funding that we receive from the federal government as part of our Title I allotment. That is $500 million annually to the state. So this is something that the department is taking very seriously. So I want to talk through very briefly a few of those findings. I can highlight some of the intersections between those findings and the role of the state board. And so let me just run through a few of these. First finding that the federal government has served us with is to note that, and this piece is very, very important, purely for the purposes of calculating our graduation rate that feeds our accountability system and is reported to the federal government. The feds have, after reviewing our system, indicated that we can no longer identify or count a child as a graduate if that child receives a regular diploma without having completed all of the required courses that other students are subjected to who also receive a regular diploma. So, for our purposes in Tennessee, there is presently a state board pathway that allows a child who has an identified disability, who completes 4 math classes, but functionally only completes Algebra 1 and geometry, to receive a regular diploma. The traditional graduation requirement is for a child to have completed 3 core math classes, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, or if you're in an integrated district, integrated 1-2. So our state policy allows a child who only completes 2 of those 3 courses to receive a regular diploma. The federal government obviously has no say in that. What they've communicated to us is that students in that category are not eligible to be counted as graduates for the purposes of federal graduation rate reporting and for the purposes of feeding our accountability system. Now, we've done some preliminary analyses. We're trying to model out the potential implications of that. We see really wide usage of that course progression for students. It varies widely across the state. Some districts are far more invested in that than others. Generally speaking, this will have a significant but not massive impact on our federally reported grad rate. Our grad rate should probably be reduced based on our modeling. It's an estimate, but I think it's a relatively solid one, about 1.9% across the state, with more significant impacts in some schools and some districts that use that course progression more heavily than others. We begin discussing with directors. We previewed this topic with directors during the Gatlinburg conference. We've done webinars for directors and for district accountability folks across the state to help them understand the demands of this change, and we are presently going around to all of the regional meetings, meeting with directors in small groups to help them understand the implications of this. We're also trying to provide people with as much data about the implications of this change so that people can actually see what it means for their schools and their districts. And we're in the midst of that now. We've done 2 of the 8 regional meetings.
That's just a question of
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a good one or not. I'm not a lawyer, so the lawyers might want to know too, but is there any potential to ask a question about discriminatory practice against students with disabilities in this? If it's been appropriate to make this assessment as a state of Tennessee that these students have taken 4 maths. We have a 4 math. We do have some modifications, accommodations with our students with disabilities. You've now changed the rules on a subset of students who, even by DSMV and federal and everybody else, say have a disabling condition. Then to point out a subset to give them a different standard midway just would seem like a discriminatory practice. So is that something the department or somebody is sort of running up the channels to see what options there are there?
So I can say the department has vigorously, vocally been engaging with US Ed around these issues since we were served with these findings, in part because many of the practices that were being identified here were previously approved in our...
So what was the logic change from, a few years ago, it's okay, now it's not okay?
It's hard to know what specifically may have precipitated the change. If I'm putting myself in US Ed's shoes, their goal with all of these findings is comparability. Right? Their concern is that all of the data that flows to them from the various states looks as similar as humanly possible. So you'll see a common thread in a lot of the findings that I'm going to speak to here, where they're just trying to ensure a standardized set of implementation so that they can then, it's easier for them to look across states. That's what they're trying to accomplish. I would also just flag here, because I think as educators we care about this, the department is also signaling to directors as we progress, there's also no requirement that the feds have jurisdiction over about how many graduation rates we report here in Tennessee. So we are required to send a very particular graduation rate to the state. We are required to feed that graduation rate into our system of annual meaningful differentiation, but there's also nothing to keep us in the state as
the students with disabilities who have this alternate diploma pathway. Is there any, so we're going to do we'll continue to report, including those students with disabilities. Is that the forward-facing one that we will continue to do, that it will not, the viewing public or parents or whoever are looking at our graduates, they're not going to see a change unless there's a seriously improvement or a decline in what our graduation rates, because we're going to continue to include those students with disabilities. But for the purposes of calculations, computations, the federal government will get what they need. That's not necessarily, we just have to comply, because we have to ensure that there is nothing that prevents us from continuing to get the $500 million in all the different titles that go along with it.
I think that's right. Now, there is a communication challenge associated with that, right? We are required to use this graduation rate indicator to be our accountability system. Now, it's a relatively small percentage of a high school's accountability system. So the impact of there won't be too significant, but simply because we have to use this number to evaluate schools, we have to communicate as much as we know. We can't vary this figure because accountability needs to be transparent. But there's no reason why we can't also produce what we might call our statewide longitudinal graduation and make that information available.
And that's valid information that should be shared.
Yes. Okay. And there's a precedent for that. Other states, other municipalities have found themselves in the exact same circumstance where they have to improve or change methodology for one of their indicators, but they always want to be able to say, well, how have we truly done over time? And so there's a precedent for other educational bodies in multiple indicators just to maintain that score.
And how long have we been doing this, and how long have we been out of compliance with the federal government, or did they just make a change?
I am not
2
sure.
years ago, 1 year ago,
I honestly
4 years
would
ago?
say I don't know when this pathway was actually enacted in the state board, so I apologize. I can't answer the question, but it's really a question of when we allowed this path towards a regular diploma. As soon as that happened, we were functionally out of compliance as far as USS has indicated. But they've only just recently, within the past year, flagged this issue.
Thank you.
But to the question, we've done everything that we can to try to push back and advocate, or even just delay. You know, an obvious question for us is trying to enact and address something that will feel so significant to districts and schools and educators on a very aggressive timeline is problematic. We have received no flexibility in that regard. There are some places where our advocacy has borne fruit for a few of these other issues, but US Ed is absolutely steadfast in saying we have to do this, we don't have any flexibility, and we have to do it immediately.
So kind of going down Mr. Morrow's path, just want to make sure we aren't really changing anything for the student, right? So they will still get the same diploma, be a regular diploma. We just won't report that in our graduation rate. So we're not changing the game on that student per se. That was a concern. I was going with you on that too.
Except theoretically, what I think I heard you say is that, you know, it may affect somebody 2% or 2.9% on their accountability letter grade, which, you know, 1 point or 2 points may be a whole difference in letter grade from a C to a D or something like that.
So I don't want to suggest that there isn't a negative impact there, but the graduation rate itself, you know, I can't remember the exact range, but it's roughly the state average for a drop is roughly 1.9%. But for a high school, the graduation rate indicator is only 5% of their accountability determination. So a relatively modest drop for an indicator that's a small component of their overall score. It is possible that a school could in a future year end up with a different letter grade, but they would have to be right smack dab on top of the cut score for this to have made a difference. So the impact is probably not too significant, but we have 1,700 accountable schools. I'm sure there'll be one that is suddenly pushed across a cut score somewhere, and it'll feel very real to them, and we understand.
Yes, Dr. Morrison.
Just one point of clarification, I think, is that, so the students will still graduate with a diploma. It's not changing anything for individual students. It is changing for districts and schools in terms of accountability.
And we have tried to be so forceful in our messaging around that, right? Accountability should never become the tail that wags the dog. We never want a child to suddenly land in the wrong, you know, instructional or curricular setting to make accountability work out. So we're just trying to be as forceful as we can in our messaging around that.
That said, I mean, again, I know this board is always open to revisiting graduation requirements, pathways. We had conversations this morning as part of our middle college presentation discussion around, you know, what math should be required. So that's a topic that's always coming before this board and that we can always revisit. To the best of our knowledge, the current pathways have been on the books since 2008, 2010, somewhere. I mean, it predates our ESSA plan, for sure. So,
I guess the comment I have on that is that my understanding is you found out about this about a year ago, and the impact, you know, that the state board, you know, it may impact the state board. It sure would have been nice for us to know that at that point in time if there was something that we could have done about it. We got to work together. I just want to put that.
No, understood. Understood.
And it's my understanding, and I will say this from other conversations we have had, that you all have been working with the U.S. Department of Education since you received the report. So you were sinking your teeth into it. And of course, we've had conversations around where we need to know what we have to do in a timely manner so that we do our job correctly. And I think that's where, you know, the way we view it, but I know that you all have been working very closely with the U.S. Department of Education, but we still have a responsibility, and I know you all appreciate that. So we just want to get things in a timely manner so we're not late, we're not failing to do what we need to do so that schools have what they need in a timely manner as well. So,
very fair. So quickly running through a few more of the findings. The second finding listed here relates to, again, it's an accountability calculation. It's how we produce the achievement indicator or the percent proficient. There presently is a practice, local practice in Tennessee, where if a child essentially starts accelerated math in 8th grade. So this child takes Algebra 1 or Integrated 1 in 8th grade. By the time they're an 11th grader, they've already completed Geometry and Algebra 2 or Integrated 3. We don't have a TCAP score for them in 11th grade. There's presently a practice in Tennessee where if they've made a qualifying score on the ACT in 11th grade, we will take that score and we'll use that score to bolster their percent proficiency rate, or the academic achievement indicator. The federal government has simply told us to discontinue this practice. The rationale for their argument is that the ACT has not undergone essentially standards validation in the state of Tennessee. The requirement, one of the requirements, is that any indicator that feeds our accountability system has to measure the full depth and breadth of our standards, and at this point in time, the work has not been done to show that the ACT accomplishes that. So again, this is not one of those issues where we have discretion. This is an issue where there will be a modest downward impact on the success rate for schools. Not uniformly applied, and actually there's some districts that have far more students in accelerated math, so the impact is uneven across the state, but there is a negative downward impact on the success rate for schools. And again, this is another one of those issues that we have to implement immediately, and we've begun communicating this to directors over the last 6 weeks or so. Next indicators, or rather the next compliance issue, and again, I realize I'm talking about a lot of detailed stuff, and this is going to be another one of those, so please feel free to interrupt me at any point. The core requirement that we're beholden to respond to is the federal government has said that that core achievement indicator, your proficiency rate that you calculate for all of your schools, they want that to be based on, for a high school, just 2 assessments. 1 math assessment and 1 ELA assessment, essentially administered to a cohort of students. Functionally, they want all students to take 1 ELA and math test at one time in their progression. So everybody takes it in 9th grade, 10th grade, or 11th grade. Most states meet that requirement by having what you might call an 11th grade math test. It's not tied to any particular course. Generally speaking, those might assess 9th grade standards, so they might assess English 1 and Algebra 1, but everybody takes it in 11th grade, and that is the core indicator that feeds the percent proficient in the accountability system. So this is conceptually what the federal government would like us to move to, because again, it gives them comparability. If everybody's assessing proficiency the same way, those core academic indicators look alike, and I can now evaluate how Tennessee is doing relative to Mississippi or Arkansas. The challenge that we have in Tennessee, and again, this was approved in our original SS State plan, is we have course-based high school assessments. We have end-of-course-based high school assessments. We have we have 2 versions of 3 assessments for math, and we have English 1 and English 2. At present, our achievement indicator for high schools is based on any of those indicators, plus the alternative assessments for students with disabilities. So this is going to represent a very significant potential change for Tennessee to figure out how to comply with this. We need to go down from 5 assessments, 3 for ELA, or rather 2 for ELA and 3 for math, down to 1 for each. Again, for the purposes of this achievement indicator that we report to the feds. No one is telling us we can't administer these assessments. It's not about what assessments we maintain. They can't touch our portfolio. That's our decision to make. They're simply indicating what we can use in the calculation of that percent proficiency for the accountability system. We are presently proposing to directors at all of the regional meetings a possible solution for how we might accomplish this on a very aggressive timeline. I just want the board to know we're flagging for districts as we have these conversations. What we're discussing right now is a solution that immediately brings us into compliance with the federal government. As we talk about this issue, a lot of questions are likely to come up about our assessment portfolio. Could we use this test or that test, or tests that we don't presently use now? Those are all viable questions, and the department is happy to entertain those. The reality is, though, the federal government wants us to fix this now. We need to come into compliance immediately, so our solution is going to have a short-term and a long-term strategy. Presently, what I'm here to describe today is our short-term strategy for how we get into compliance. We also just want to recognize very soon after we figure out the short-term, we can start entertaining conversations about possibly more significant changes to our accountability portfolio. So for the short-term solution, what we are presently discussing with directors and collecting feedback, the department does not yet have a final solution or recommendation in this space. But what we're presently discussing is the idea of focusing on English 1 and Algebra 1 as our core assessments, and moving to a system where we are essentially banking scores and collecting everyone's score for Algebra 1 or English 1 in either the 9th grade or the 10th grade. So if a child takes Algebra 1 or English 1 in 9th grade, we will take that score and sit on it for a year. And all of the other students that catch up and finally take Algebra 1 or English 1 in 10th grade, we will then pick up their scores, bundle them together with the 9th graders that tested the prior year, and we will take their English 1 and Algebra 1 scores. And we'll use that for the achievement indicator.
So if I tank my score in 9th grade, or I'm a director and I see an individual that's done poorly in 9th grade, can I give him the test again in 10th grade?
No. We'll take the first valid score that we receive for that child. So if they take it in 9th grade, we'll take it in 9th grade. I'll get just a little bit into the weeds on this. You may be wondering, well, what do we do with accelerated students? So if I take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, this is one of the places where the federal government has worked with us. We do have authority from them to take whatever TCAP test, the lowest TCAP test that the child takes in 9th grade. So if they took Algebra 1 in 8th grade, we could use their geometry or integrated 2 score in 9th grade. So we do have a little bit of flexibility. There aren't concerns about accelerated students. Those high schools will still have a TCAP score for their accelerated students. We'll just use the lowest one that they take in 9th grade. One other place, and I'm very pleased to report, one other place where we have secured flexibility from US Ed. Initially, when this was communicated to us, there was great concern about our alternative education students, so the students with the most profound disabilities. This is the 1% of students in the state that have the most significant disabilities. They take a completely different version of the TCAP test. That is typically administered in 11th grade. What we initially heard from US Ed was that if we went with 10th grade, we were going to have to accelerate the testing of those students from 10th grade to 11th grade, which obviously the department had grave concerns about. Again, we don't want accountability to be the tail that wagged the dog. In our advocacy with US Ed, we have recently secured from them assurances that we do not have to change the administration procedures for our alt students. They can continue to test in 10th grade. I'm just flagging this because we did raise this as a possibility in our communications with the field. I would not be surprised if you heard some alarm about that issue. We were alarmed about it as well. I'm just very glad to report that that concern is no longer on the table for us. So we'll have accelerated math and Algebra 1 and English 1 scores from 9th grade. Our AB students, or those students in that pathway that we described for graduation rate, they might not finish Algebra 1 until 10th grade. We'll pick up their 10th grade scores and we'll use those scores for the production of accountability.
This may be a dumb question, but just to be
please.
completely clear. So when you're talking about the achievement, just in the way that you did, and bundling these different cohorts or different student groups, would that also feed our state accountability indicator around achievement? That's not just something that's getting reported to the feds at that point.
No.
That's actually how we would use for our
No.
accountability model that we just looked at.
So we've also modeled this out, and as we go along and we meet with directors, we're providing them the modeling data. Again, they're estimates because this is, even with COVID impacts, now that we're banking scores over years, it produces a much more complex data model that we need to produce this. But we're providing estimates to directors that show them the impact of these changes. When you bundle together this change along with the lack of the ACT substitution, this is going to have a negative impact on proficiency rates across the state. And in many ways, this is more significant than what we saw with graduation rates. Proficiency rates across the state, when we constrained to just these two indicators, particularly the loss of the English 2 scores, additionally between English 1 and English 2. And so constraining the analyses to just English 1 as opposed to English 2 would potentially have a significant negative impact. Generally, our modeling has suggested there's about a 3.7% drop in proficiency rates as a result of enacting this change. Now, again, that's unevenly distributed. There are many districts out there that actually did better because their success rates in English 1 and Algebra 1 are actually better than their success rates in geometry and Algebra 2. So Overall, statewide, there is, on average, a negative impact from this trend. It is a little bit more significant than what we see for grad rate, but it is not uniformly applied. There is, if I just look at the range, I think the range was about, for schools, almost a negative 11% drop for one school, negative 14% drop for one school, because their Algebra 1 scores were dramatically lower than their Algebra 2 and geometry scores. Whereas another state or another school had an 11% increase in success rate, again, because of the delta for one of their math tests compared to the other.
That's a question.
Please.
So just for my own clarification, I guess. So the department's perspective is, we liked how we were doing this prior to the federal government's intervention. All right, but
Yes.
$500 million on the table, we're going to have to figure something out. And so you're saying this is the best option short-term to
Yes.
step into compliance with the federal government.
That is correct.
Is there I was reading through the timeline opportunities and sort of when there's going to be, early 2023. So if this is the short term, is there going to be a long term? So I'm guessing we don't like this way of collecting data and holding it accountable. We don't think it's as effective as what we were doing. So, and I get we got to make a short-term fix, but will there then be a long-term sort of systematically working with all of our districts, working with all the superintendents, here's our long-term solution that takes the best of what we think we're doing for accountability and works in, as we can, the compliance of the federal government? Is that right?
I would say we have to, right? The notion of lagging our accountability scores, particularly the achievement indicator, that significantly degrades the utility of our accountability system. If the data is old, people are going to be less responsive to it. And if people are less responsive to the accountability system, it's purely a compliance.
So what I worry about is holding on to these scores. Like, if you're holding on to scores a year later, then you're putting that into the formula, it's sort of irrelevant to the
absolutely
proficiency of a student at that
usefulness of the
time.
information. No, I agree completely. We'll need to do something else to try to adjust that.
And let me ask one more clarification, just, I know we've been talking a lot about it. And was this a policy change from the U.S. Department, or was this something we've been doing out of compliance unknowingly for a long time?
I am not aware, and I'll say, I always try to be very upfront about my confidence in the judgments that I make. I am not aware of a specific regulatory adjustment that US Ed has experienced in this regard. I'm not aware of a reason why they can come back and say what was previously approved is no longer approved. I will say, well, let me step back. Let me be a little bit more precise here. What they are telling us now is consistent with what is in the ESSA law. The ESSA law does indicate there should be one single ELA and math indicator. However, they also approved our plan in 17-18 that indicated that we would be using all of our assessments. So US Ed's response to us, I think, functionally says, we should not have approved your original plan. So they're not necessarily changing their guidance. What they are now is actually applying their guidance to Tennessee's plan.
So the 17-18 was the problem.
17-18.
The way that we presented how we wanted to do it, is that?
Well, and again, that plan was approved and with full knowledge and consultation with US Ed.
Okay.
So they told us they were fully aware of what our plan was. They told us your plan is approved, this is successful to move forward, and we're now in a circumstance where they have revisited our plan, and they are correctly pointing out that our approved plan is not consistent with ESSA requirements.
Even though we think our approved plan is better? Okay. All right. I think I got it. Thank you.
Other questions, comments?
Okay.
Back to you.
Okay, so just a couple items left. And these are thankfully lighter items. The fourth item on the list, US Ed simply flagged for us that Tennessee must document all of the allowable instances of what they would consider to be off-grade testing. So the typical instance in Tennessee, and the only instance that is presently approved in the federal government's eyes, would be an 8th grader taking Algebra 1 or Integrated 1. They've simply highlighted the fact that we are not presently approved for any other forms of off-grade testing other than that. So if we have 7th graders taking Algebra 1, or 8th graders taking English 1, or a 6th grader taking the 8th grade test, none of those are presently governed. They've not indicated to us that they want to make that decision for us in any way. We simply need to produce a waiver, have USED approve it, and specify all the forms of off-grade testing that should be allowable in Tennessee. We have surveyed the field to collect feedback on what districts would like to see. We've produced a proposal that we think covers all the allowable options that make sense for Tennessee, and we're presently sharing that with districts as we're doing our regional roadshow at the moment. So again, we don't expect this to be problematic in any way. We just have some I's we need to dot and some T's we need to cross from the federal government standpoint. The last item on this list is having some preliminary conversations with USED. If we talk about the interplay of our accountability system, of how we do designations and how we do annual meaningful differentiation, there are a few other places where our system of interacting designations and letter grades don't align or conform to ESSA requirements. ESSA requirements would love for us to have that annual system of meaningful differentiation, essentially the pie chart with all of the indicators. They would love for us to use that system to identify all of our school designations. In addition and including to the priority and CSI designations. As I showed on that first chart, we use a separate methodology for identifying our priority and CSI schools that we feel like effectively focuses in on graduation rate and academic achievement, the core indicators of success. It helps us identify the schools that are clearly lowest performing. The federal government, USED, has flagged that there are some concerns about the implementation of those two systems and how those two systems interact. We don't have any additional findings that we're discussing with the field at this point in time about how those two pieces play out. Presently, we are trying to maintain as much of our existing accountability system as humanly possible. These USED findings are massive and significant. There's an enormous amount of churn here, so the department is not inclined to engage in any additional adjustments or revisions to accountability until these issues have been resolved, and we can have a much longer term conversation with a lot more detail about what some long-term solutions might need to look like.
So is there a timeline on that item?
There is not a timeline specific to that item.
Okay. Thank you.
So with that said, I'll briefly talk through our engagement strategy. So as I've mentioned, we forecasted these issues in Gatlinburg at the Directors Conference. We then did 2 webinars that specifically walked through, not necessarily our solutions, but we walked through the federal requirements that we are trying to respond to. We are now presently going to each of the 8 regional meetings, and at this point in time, we're trying to discuss possible solutions with the field. So our intent now is to propose some preliminary solutions while simultaneously provide people data. So this is what we're proposing, and these are what we would expect to be the impacts of these changes that would bring us into compliance. Once we complete that, the next step for us will be to, again, come back to the executive committee of the Superintendent Study Council, propose to them essentially our final set of recommendations. We'll then do additional webinars with the field so they can understand the solution that we've settled on, and then that would have to be formatted into an amendment to our ESSA state plan, which would need to go up for public comment again. Certainly something that we could talk with this body again as well, and then we would have to pitch that back to USED. We hope to do that sometime around the beginning of next year, and that would need to be reapproved by USED in order for us to move forward. So we are in the midst of, we think we have solutions to bring us into immediate compliance for this, again, recognizing that long-term solutions still need to happen. But we think we have intermediate or immediate solutions. We hope to, within the next month to 6 weeks, finalize those recommendations, discuss those with the field, post those for public comment, and begin to move forward.
is there anything, obviously in the long term, there'll be actions for the state board, but is there anything that's near term that requires actions of the state board?
I would be inclined to say no at this point, only because I think the department would really benefit from additional feedback from the field. We have solutions that we think are maybe the best available options for us, but until we've really solicited feedback from the field on the viability of the solutions and the impact of these, there are some significant forks that these solutions may still take that might adjust the role of the board in sort of confirming the solutions that we have. And so until the department, I think, has solicited enough feedback from the field that we know these are the recommendations that we're going to put forward, these are the solutions that we think are necessary, I think at that point in time, we can work with the board, we can work with your staff to determine the appropriate way to engage. But we're happy to stay connected to the board throughout this process, so we can meet
Just as the
regularly on
the
this.
department, connected with us on TISA and everything else, which I think went really well, I would strongly recommend
I think that's great
engage
advice.
the board. Don't wait and just bring us something.
I think the other piece of that is, so you're collecting the feedback from the field. When do you have to submit this to the U.S. Department of Ed? Because you want to do this, you have to do this public feedback, and you're getting feedback from the field. What's your deadline to the U.S. Ed?
The core driver that pushes us here is the production of accountability next year, right? And so the timeline is obviously immediately problematic because we're talking about revisions to an accountability cycle that is presently in progress. U.S. Ed is not they want us to respond to this as soon as humanly possible. So we'll get in trouble with them at some point in time, but there isn't a hard and fast deadline to which we need to respond. However, we need to do this, the department feels it needs to do this as quickly as possible, just to give the field a fair understanding of how they're being held to account this year. So we're inclined to do this just as fast as we possibly can. Two other potential connections, or at least one significant connection to the board in all of this. We have not brought, as I'm sure you're aware, we have not brought AMOs to the board, where typically we would always hope to do that in the summer. The reason is because of essentially the achievement indicator. Not being able to use the ACT substitution scores and only being able to use English 1 and math would dramatically overhaul how we produce AMOs for the achievement indicator. It's imperative that essentially the baseline that we use for the establishment of these goals is consistent with the metric that we'll use to evaluate whether or not they've met the goal. So we need to make these decisions just as fast as humanly possible so that we can actually bring you AMOs and help schools understand how they're being held to account. In addition, we can't release the accountability protocol, right? So the actual guide that we do to the guide that we create to the calculations of all of these, we have had to sit on that far longer than we would like. So the answer to the question is the department is motivated to do this just as fast as we possibly can.
So the districts are already functioning and they do not know, this is not the first time. We know this is not the first time this has happened. So they may not get their AMOs until the middle of next semester, if they can even get them by then. So what are they being told? How are they being told that they will be held accountable when they don't have their AMOs? I mean, what's the messaging to them about this?
We've tried to be as transparent with all of the directors as we possibly can as we walk around and talk about this. We've signaled to them. I think our messaging to them is to say that while not knowing is clearly problematic for folks, because there's consequences associated with accountability. Right? The department clearly, all of us are educators, we clearly get the significance of this. But at the same time, it has to be accurate. So what we're suggesting to them as a department is, we could calculate it right now based on our existing business rules, but essentially those goals would be setting people up to fail. So what we're trying to communicate to people is we're trying to be as prudent as possible. We are not going to rush AMOs out the door, particularly because of the downward trajectory of most of these adjustments. We know we know the AMOs that we've used in the past would set people up to fail. And so we're communicating to the field that we're trying to be as thoughtful and considerate as we can, recognizing how uncomfortable this is for people.
It's an unacceptable position to be in, isn't it? think.
Yes.
So where the rubber hits the road of the districts is the $500 million. I assume what you're saying is you're not concerned at this point in time that the state will not get the $500 million.
We are not presently concerned. That is a rare occurrence, but it's important to recognize that we have been threatened with it. The letter that's posted on our website does specifically address it.
Looks pretty strong.
It is a strongly worded letter, so the department is taking it very seriously. But that is historically, I think, in my understanding, a pretty rare occurrence that happens, but we're also just determined to do what we need to do to forestall that.
Yes, Dr. Morrison.
Just quick questions kind of to that end, because I know you're moving with all due speed on these changes, and just questions around timing and two other elements of feedback. So the legislatively required stakeholder group, didn't see that on the slide, but are you planning to bring that group together publicly to talk about these changes?
Absolutely.
And then, I think we can follow up after you finish up some of the next feedback conversations, but anything that would change in accountability based on that now new law around the board's approval would need to come back to the state board for approval. So I know I've mentioned we've got a special called meeting, I think it's December 8th, and then our next meeting scheduled on the books is early February, so we'll just have to coordinate on timing around those
Happy to work
upcoming
with you on
meetings
that.
too.
And I think you said you're going to the core meetings.
Yes, we've been to 2, we've got 6 more.
And in those meetings, you're kind of telling the process and talking about AMOs and that they may not be out till spring, that type of thing.
Yep. And we're showing them their data as well. So this is what's going to happen to your graduation rate if this goes forward. This is what will happen to your achievement rate. We are trying to be just as forthcoming about this as we can. And so that really is a lot, but I'm happy to stick around and take questions for another 2 or 3 hours on this to get through all of it, or not.
Other questions for Dr. Laird? Thank you very much.
Thanks,
I
all.
appreciate your time today.
Appreciate it.
Next up is school year 2022-23 LEA approval classifications. Ms. LaQuisha Oliver.
Good afternoon. Upon becoming a middle school teacher a lifetime ago, I lost the ability to modulate my voice. So if I speak too loudly, let me know. It came in handy back then. I am LaQuisha Oliver. I serve as the department's director of LEA approval. In my role, I synthesize compliance monitoring results across multiple program areas and use those results to determine annual LEA compliance classifications. I'm here today to present school year 2022-23 LEA approval classification data. I guess it would have helped if I had advanced earlier. Apologies. The department's compliance monitoring supports our Best for All strategic plan, primarily the academics and student readiness pillars. Subsequent slides provide context on LEA approval, namely its purpose and recent key developments. The department is charged with ensuring LEAs are in compliance with education laws and State Board of Education rules and regulations, while LEA approval facilitates the statutory and SBE monitoring classification requirements. It satisfies those. Its purpose is actually threefold. It evidences whether LEAs are providing the principal services and supports needed for student success, and affords the department and LEAs an opportunity to engage impactfully on compliance constraints and resources. LEA approval, formerly known as school approval, is not a new process. A corresponding SBE rule has been in existence for many years. Once cognizant of the need to refine LEA approval processes, the department petitioned the SBE to add an additional classification, conditionally approved. That was done in 2020. The three approval classifications are defined as follows. Approved denotes the LEA does not have an open corrective action plan at the time of classification assignment. Conditionally approved signifies the LEA is required to complete a corrective action plan for one or more areas of noncompliance within the time specified by the department. And finally, the third classification, non-approved, is intended for use only for an LEA that has not taken corrective action in one or more areas of noncompliance within the time specified by the department. The department does not anticipate designating an LEA as non-approved, for doing so would stem from an LEA's refusal to comply with requirements of a corrective action plan. That refusal would warrant sanctions that could compromise the LEA's ability to provide services to students. Designating an LEA as not approved is a last resort measure. Upon implementing LEA approval refinements in school year 2020-21, the department stopped short of full implementation via the provision of an assessment summary, a compliance assessment, in lieu of an approval classification. We did so in recognition of the pandemic and in response to feedback from select LEAs in 2020. The compliance assessment issued in July 2021 included areas of noncompliance and required corrective actions. The department conferred with State Board of Education staff on this approach and previewed it to the board in a fall 2020 workshop. In 2022, this year, the department attained full compliance with the LEA approval rule by assigning each LEA an approval classification in July and finalizing the classifications in August. Over the course of this school year, the department will update classifications as conditionally approved LEAs resolve noncompliance. In determining LEA approval metrics, the department prioritized the principal, services, and structures students need to access quality instruction and be equipped for success. With the exception of federal programs and oversight, the LEA approval metrics are largely self-explanatory. Federal programs and oversight monitoring is wide-ranging, comprehensive. Monitoring includes, but is not limited to, fiscal compliance, IEP execution, services for students participating in programs pertinent to neglected and delinquent, ESL, homeless children and youth, and foster care. TDOE program areas that oversee these metrics have unique program-specific monitoring schedules and procedures. Consequently, all metrics may not be applicable to an LEA during a monitoring year. Again, key to remember is that monitoring schedules are program-specific. In preparation for reviewing classification data, please be reminded the department provided each LEA an official classification letter in August 2022. The classifications are based on school year 2021-22 monitoring. Approval status is based on a point in time. As of today, 73 LEAs are approved, 74 LEAs conditionally approved, and 0 LEAs are non-approved. As the 74 conditionally approved LEAs resolve noncompliance, the department will update accordingly. Upcoming slides reflect LEA compliance by metric. Again, there are 10 approval metrics. The 74 conditionally approved LEAs have noncompliance in one or more of only 5 metrics, just 5 out of 10. Of the 74 conditionally approved LEAs, 44 have an open corrective action plan pertinent to licensure and endorsement. Only one LEA has an open corrective action plan in the area of class size. The remaining metrics, the remaining 5, are not reflected because 2021-22 noncompliance was not present at the time of classification assignment or SBE reporting. Slide 12 affords insight into the number of compliant areas across the 74 conditionally approved LEAs. As reflected, most of the 74 conditionally approved LEAs, 66%, have just one area of noncompliance. At this juncture, I am happy to address any questions you may have. Hopefully, I have assisted in speeding the plow to get us back on schedule.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Oliver? Mr. Eby?
Hello, Mr. Eby.
You know I'm going to have a question.
Always, a pleasure.
What are the repercussions, or what's the time period for them to come into compliance, and what are the repercussions if they don't come into compliance?
Great question, Mr. Eby. It's very metric specific. As you can imagine, if we were dealing with noncompliance in the area of safety, there would be a sense of urgency. So the compliance timeline, the corrective action timeline, would be much shorter in comparison to perhaps licensure and endorsement. And while we may say that area is also critically important, we are cognizant at the department of the constraints under which some LEAs operate in terms of licensure and endorsement, sufficient staffing, and so it may not be feasible. Often it is not feasible to say to an LEA that the LEA must come into compliance immediately. And so typically what you see for licensure and endorsement is we say that we will monitor the upcoming school year, and if we do not detect noncompliance, if the conditionally approved classification was related solely to that metric, then we would upgrade or update the classification accordingly from conditionally approved to approved.
And if they don't come into compliance after some period of time, is there any repercussions? Or?
There could be. If there are extenuating circumstances, the department, of course, attempts to be reasonable. And so depending on the circumstances, an extension of the corrective action plan may be warranted. If we were to find that an LEA, which is highly unlikely, was simply refusing to come into compliance, then there is a provision in the State Board of Education LEA approval rule for the commissioner to impose sanctions. And those sanctions would be fiscal, would be monetary.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just a follow-up question to be clear. Are the LEAs that are in non-compliance required to provide a written report indicating what they're going to do to come into compliance?
It depends. If we were to look at employee background checks, that is a metric I monitor directly. An LEA, if the LEA reports that noncompliance via the annual compliance report, then the LEA would need to indicate its proposed timeline for coming into compliance and convey any related constraints. Otherwise, it's a matter of the program representatives knowing what's required. In other words, again, for licensure and endorsement, it's pretty straightforward. We know the constraints that exist. We know in all likelihood the LEA has applied for a waiver or permit. The LEA is aware of licensure pathways, and so it is unnecessary with that particular metric to ask the LEA, request the LEA to provide additional information. It's a matter of saying there's noncompliance. You know that as an LEA, we know it. We understand your constraints. We will follow up and remonitor and hopefully not detect noncompliance. And if we do, we will look at our options in terms of having that LEA work directly with the licensure team, with those specialists, to see what options exist. Grow your own as well as other options.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions, comments? Thank you very much.
I'll see you
Excellent
next year.
presentation.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you. Okay, the next agenda item is alternative pathways to a Tennessee high school equivalency diploma. Mr. J. Baker.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hartgrove, Executive Director Morrison, and members of the board. I see I've found myself in the enviable position of being the last presenter on an already running long meeting. So I hope this will be interesting for you, though, and very much look forward to the opportunity. And thank you for the opportunity to talk about alternate pathways to a high school equivalency diploma. Hopefully my slides will come up here in a moment. My name is Jay Baker. I am the Assistant Commissioner over Adult Education in the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. So for this presentation, I want to go in a little bit of background about what a high school equivalency diploma is, give you that context, talk about your authority as the State Board of Education when it comes to high school equivalency credentialing, and then talk about how this program of high school equivalency is critical to our state's workforce and economic outlook and outcomes, and then ultimately ask for your consideration on a proposal of adding additional methods for earning this credential. But it's not going to be interesting if you can't see what I'm talking about, so. That's okay, I'll at least pull it up for myself and I can give you some of this background.
A lot of us have it pulled up too. But
Oh, great, wonderful, thank you. Okay, background on this credential, the high school equivalency diploma. First, before I jump into that, though, I do want to say that we have taken this presentation before our friends at the Department of Education and the State Workforce Development Board, as well as the Governor's Office, and they have all endorsed us to make this next step of coming before you all. So very excited again for the opportunity. What is this diploma, this high school equivalency credential? It is an official Tennessee, there it comes, Tennessee secondary school credential, which allows entry into post-secondary training jobs, promotions into better jobs, just like your regular high school diploma. In the state of Tennessee, we have approximately 430,000 individuals without a high school diploma or equivalent, and that is the work that my program does to try to provide education services to these folks. We also oversee not just programming at the local level, but the issuance of the diploma, the high school equivalency credential. Currently, in the state, the HiSET exam is the only option for getting this credential. That is our only pathway, is the passage of this exam. I'll go into that more in just a minute. So where do you come in as the state board? In 2013, I believe, was when this law was passed in Tennessee, the Lois M. DeBerry Alternative Diploma Act, assessments that lead to a high school equivalency credential. And in section B there, the Department of Labor and Workforce Development is authorized to make recommendations relative to assessments that lead to the award of a high school equivalency credential. The State Board shall review the recommendations of the department, and any recommendation approved by the State Board of Education shall be considered a high school equivalency assessment, and the successful completion of that assessment shall lead to the award of the credential. So that is why I'm here before you today, with that legal authority to make this recommendation to this body. Some background on our students and these folks who are seeking out this credential and taking the HiSET exam. When surveyed, we learned from our students that the majority, 65%, are looking for some post-secondary or work opportunity. You can see the breakout there. We know that from data, our high school equivalency credential opportunity in high school in general leads to in-demand jobs. 120 of our state's occupations with high employer demand, you can see the breakout here. That breaks out to 90% of them require that high school credential or higher. 38% require post-secondary and beyond. So this is an important milestone for individuals to be able to get more education, more training, more work opportunities to get into these in-demand jobs. High school equivalency leads to higher wages. You can see the breakout here of our median earnings. As you go up in education attainment, we go up in earnings. And some new analysis from our department shows that about 17% increase in earnings for our students who earn a high school equivalency credential after just 6 months compared to the quarter prior of them earning that credential. Then we go a year out, and that's up to 32% increased earnings. So this certainly makes a big difference in their wages. Labor force participation. correlates strongly with education attainment. And in the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, we have been charged with a super priority from the governor of increasing the state's labor force participation rate. So let me show you how this correlates. When we look at just the working age population in Tennessee, so ages 18 through 64, about 50% of those without a high school diploma are not engaged in the labor force. It means they don't have a job or not looking for a job. So participation rate increases dramatically. 67% are in the labor force with that high school credential, goes up to 75%, 84% with higher rates of education. And when we isolate some of this data to the age group of 25 and up, that number, if we look at those without a diploma, without a high school credential, 25 and up, that number is 35%, 35%. And that's the folks who we're really engaged with when they have low wages, entry-level work that they have no opportunity for upward mobility. And so the need is huge here, and the opportunity is great to improve our labor force participation with this population. So how is this current diploma pathway a problem for us, for our state? As I said earlier, the only option currently in Tennessee is the HiSET exam, having to pass this exam. It's 5 subjects, it's multiple choice plus a written essay, it's time limited, it's standardized, it's just like the GED. Passing the HiSET can be a barrier for students. It is a barrier for many of our students. High stakes, time, standardized tests are difficult. I don't know about all of you, but it's not my favorite thing in the world to have to sit for one of these bubble-in high stakes exams when you're on the clock. And that's the only option for these students. There's plenty of research that indicates that this mode of testing in and of itself increases stress and lowers test performance. We hear all the time from our students that they are eager to have other options. If they only had one more opportunity to try to pass that math exam, some folks just really struggle with that component. I have a personal example of a student named Kenny that I taught several years ago. He failed his math exam multiple times, passed every other section of that HiSET, could not pass the math, but he was a carpenter by trade, so I know that he knew math. What he struggled with was high-stakes standardized testing, and that was a barrier for him getting that diploma and being able to improve his education, training, and economic outlook. Finally, other states, have engaged in this work already and creating alternate pathways. Many are still in their infancy, and we don't want to be left behind in Tennessee. I know we want to be innovators in this space and look at alternate pathways for students. Our HiSET outcomes, to give you additional data here, a 6-year period before the HiSET came out, which was in 2014, you can see there we had almost 9,000 diplomas earned yearly. And then we had some changes in 2014. The GED test, the HiSET test were realigned and redesigned to be more aligned with Common Core. And you can see that graph there. It says everything we need to say, down to 4,800 per year. So our current pathway is narrow. Just to illustrate this for you, we have so many Tennesseans, so many folks who come to us seeking this credential. With this narrow pathway, we don't get a whole lot of graduates out the end of the pipeline. We can broaden the workforce pipeline, however, if we can create alternate pathways for attaining this diploma. So here's where I'll get into a little bit of the meat of our proposed alternate pathways. We still like the HiSET exam very much. It still is got a lot of public awareness. There's infrastructure around this, and it is a good option for students who want that. We also propose that maybe a TCAT diploma or certificate is a good way to look at this. We currently have many students in our TCAT system who can and do enter into our TCAT programs without a high school diploma. That actually is something that TBR policy allows for. And so something that makes sense to us is that if they can demonstrate that they've successfully completed that post-secondary program, let's give them the credential that indicates that they would be successful in a post-secondary program. Finally, we would like to look at a custom pathway, sort of a mix and match, competency-based opportunity. If they can show competency in the areas of math, reading, writing, science, and social studies, the same areas that we have on the HiSET exam, then let's award them that credential. And so there's other assessments and other modes of assessing competency besides just the HiSET. So we propose that if we were to have additional pathways, we'll have many more happy graduates, excuse my cheesy graphic there, and then we would have far more people entering our training, college systems, and ultimately better job opportunities. Summing that up in a checklist here, we, again, are proposing alternate pathways to receiving a high school equivalency credential by completing one of these options: passing the HiSET exam outright, attaining a TCAT diploma or program certificate, or demonstrating those 5 subject area competencies by completing the following. So in math, reading, and writing, we have an additional assessment that we use in our adult education programs. It's called TABE, or Test of Adult Basic Education. And this is it is a standardized test, but it's not quite as lengthy, it's not quite as high stakes, but our students do need to take that for pre and post-test assessment in order to show educational gain. We also know that the ACT Work Keys and NCRC program is pretty strong across the state. There's a lot of infrastructure in that space as well. A lot of research has been done. The American Council on Education allows for ACT Work Keys to count as college credit. And so we want to propose that as a possibility of using NCRC certificates as correlating to these competencies. And we've proposed there the level 4 of the silver NCRC in the math and reading competencies. Then finally, science and social studies. You can see that we're still just stuck with the HiSET as the only option. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of options that we're aware of in our research to this point, but we hope that additional opportunities would come down the pike in the future for us to look at science and social studies alternates. So, I said a lot really fast, but I do want to pause there. Our proposal to you is that you look at these alternate options and as a board consider them for potential approval for our high school equivalency credential. I admit I'm not familiar with how the formalizing of that process works, but thank you for your consideration regardless.
Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Eby?
Thank you. We just heard that we had a change, or have different diplomas for a regular diploma for high school and a modified diploma for high school that resulted in unintended consequences. Has anybody looked to see if there's any unintended consequences by doing this? With regard
yes.
to federal government or state laws or anything?
Yes, sir. So as we've looked at this, we don't foresee any negative unintended consequences. This is pretty straightforward when we compare high school equivalency in our adult education programming compared to all of the rules and regs that surround the K-12. And so, frankly, if a student leaves the K-12 system without a diploma, it's whether they come to us and ultimately achieve a high school equivalency or not, that student is still a negative in the K-12 space. So regardless of what this looks like for adult education, that would still be true. But in our world, ultimately high school equivalency really is dictated at the state level, and there's not much in the space of federal regs or guidance around high school equivalency. So we have a lot of leverage here to do the things that we need to for the good of Tennessee.
Thank you. I'll just say my mother got a GED at like age 45 or something like that, and it really made her very proud to have that. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you so much.
Other comments? Yes, Mr. Holt.
So I assume that on this checklist, the score of 8 or higher is you would have to get 8 or higher on each of the 5 categories to pass the HiSET.
Yes, sir.
And so the alternative is to propose for math, reading, and writing to take in other standardized tests, but meet a certain benchmark for those, and you could mix or match. So long as you have one of those in each of the columns, then you would get the diploma.
Yes, sir.
And then do you have a sense of what it means to get a level 4 on the TABE compared to a level 8 on the HiSET? Is it a different bar that we're setting, or is it something, because you mentioned like the high stakes kind of standardized tests, which I totally get. But I mean, TABE and ACT, I assume those are also standardized tests. And so I'm trying to understand, and maybe if the answer is we're changing the bar, maybe that's fine, maybe we want to, but are we changing the bar, or are we doing something fundamentally different in how we're evaluating each of those math, reading, and writing criteria?
Yeah, that's a great question. I had meant to address the TABE question in particular when I got to this part, so thank you for asking. The the company that creates the TABE is called DRC, and they partnered with both GED and HiSET to research correlational values of TABE assessment scores with HiSET assessment scores and GED. But for ultimately, that level 4 cut score, their standard, their scale score cut score for a level 4, what we call a level 4, is the same as scoring at 8 on the HiSET. So those should be, based on their research, equivalent in terms of competency.
We have reason to think that if they're the same level of competence, and the goal is to provide this to more people, I guess the idea is that more people will be able to get a 4 on the TABE than an 8 on the HiSET, or at least have other options where they can kind of mix and match. Maybe one test they do better on than the other.
That is correct, and your earlier point is also correct, that yes, these are still standardized assessments at the end of the day. Ultimately, we would love to get to a point, and again, some of our other states are looking at this as well, where we can look at more portfolio evaluation type of assessment of competency, using prior learning experience and work experience and military experience. But for now, this is the infrastructure we already have in place. Is with this TABE, we know the work keys is already up and running in large parts of the state. And so for now, this is our best effort, at least opening this door into alternate options.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Morrison.
Similar questions, because I'm all for, and I had a great conversation earlier this week with your new commissioner, Thomas, who we're so happy to see in that role. But
yes.
That's a side note. I think in terms of alternate ways of assessing competency, I think this board would be very open to consideration. Does this just layer more tests, though, for the actual student in terms of, what the end user would experience? And, sort of along the lines of Mr. Holt's question, have you talked to the potential students who would be coming through these alternate pathways, and are these tests they're already taking, like the ACT work keys and TABE, so that it doesn't feel like they have to take multiple tests then to show proficiency? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, and we are very cognizant of wanting to not over-assess and over-test students. That's a real issue for us, and so TABE is an assessment that is required for entry into our adult education program, just even to determine a pre-test for their current skill level. And so it is already broadly used. Students, again, it's required. And so we also use it for post-testing after an instructional period of time. Usually a couple or 3 months goes by, and then we'll give another iteration of that TABE assessment. So it's already very much infused into what we do. And we also know work keys, it's not required, certainly in adult education, but we know that with the work keys communities, that are existing within the state, that there is opportunity there as well. There's a lot of interest. We hear from employers all the time that some employers even require, frankly, the ACT work keys assessment. And so since that already has some foothold, we wanted to take advantage of that.
So essentially, students would still take the HiSET, but then they could sort of sub in scores if they've had these other assessments as well.
Correct. Or at least for math, reading, and writing, maybe not even have to take the HiSET for those 3 subjects.
So you can take the HiSET, just like certain subjects of it, like.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, the full battery would be.
But,
no, that's okay. The full battery is all 5, and some students do sit for the whole thing in one day, but it's more often the case that they will take one subject test at a time over the course of several weeks.
So then based on that, Sarah, then we would put this on our list of items to work with the Department of Labor and Workforce. Does the Department of Education have a role to play in this?
We will probably need to talk offline, but usually, again, the Department of Education brings us proposals. I'm not sure in this case if it would be your department or if it would be the Department of Ed, but it sounds like from the law it would be you all, so we could, I'm sure, figure out the logistics of bringing a proposal formally before the board.
Very good.
Madam,
Yes, Mr. Jensen.
would you go back and repeat the numbers you gave on how many in the workforce do not have a high school degree? There was a sheet of them. I was just curious.
Sure. I can even go back to that real quick. Didn't have too many slides. So this is the working age population of Tennesseans, 18 through 64. And I apologize, I just looked at this number again yesterday. It's 52% now, based on the most recent data for those without a high school credential. And then the number I cited that is not on the slide is when we look at ages 25 and up, so just anybody at age 25 and older in Tennessee, labor force participation is 35%. if they do not have the high school diploma.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Coggins.
Just yesterday, I was meeting with an organization in Memphis called Goodwill Excel Center.
Yes, sir.
And, they were informing us in this group about, one, their mission, but some of their numbers to date. It's an organization sponsored by the large national nonprofit Goodwill, but these Excel centers specialize in equipping adults with high school diplomas. And they have 900 graduates to date, 452 students presently, 411 full-time, and they put them through 8-week sessions, 5 sessions per year. But the big point really in all of this is that in talking with them, they informed us that the need is so vast that graduating 400 or 500 students a year really doesn't even begin to touch the tip of the iceberg on the challenge. And that's just in Memphis. And so when we look across the state of Tennessee, it seems like as much as we can do as a board to help remove barriers, to promote initiatives like this that ultimately connect those students with opportunities. As much flexibility as we can put into the process, I think we should do. And we've talked about it at the retreat over the years and, explored ideas around, all the initiatives that the state and economic development folks are pursuing. And so I'm happy to voice my support for what you propose, and to the extent that we can make sure that we don't compromise quality or standards. I think it's a great thing, and it's conducive with everything that we've been talking about for a number of years now.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Morrison?
Not to put a fly in the ointment, but I was just getting a message. Is there, in other parts of the law, reference to HISET specifically that would preclude us from making this kind of change in the way that we might all want to make it in board rule and policy? I just want to make sure we're not setting up expectations that we can't meet.
Yeah, absolutely. We are aware of instances of reference specifically to HISET, and we are working with the administration to review that.
Okay, great. Well, then we'll continue to talk offline, because the spirit is obviously there with our board to look at this as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you all.
Great presentation.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. James.
Just to offer some kind of legislative history on this, when the state switched to the HISET, it was in response to the GED going private, it becoming very expensive, and there were some concerns there. And I think that's exactly what Dr. Morrison was saying is probably where we're going to have to end up taking a look at it, because there are places there that specifically talk about our authority in terms of early graduation and some of those things, and other references to the HISET where it just kind of conflicts. So it'd probably be a larger question.
Okay, thank you for that. Next item is proposed licensure actions. Mr. Alex Anderson, Ms. Candace Carter, Mr. Todd Madison.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Todd Madison, staff attorney for the board, joined by staff attorneys Alex Anderson, Candace Carter. We'll be presenting the recommendations for licensure discipline. At this time, we'll take any clarifying questions or note any items to pull for further discussion.
Are there any questions from members about any of those licensure actions? Guess what? No questions.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
The final item on the agenda, because we're still over time, but want to make sure that any final comments before we move into adjournment? I want to say thank you again to Roane State Community College, all of our presenters. Without the information you share with us, we would not be as informed as we need to be as board members, so thank you once again. I have to say a statement so we can move out of the Committee of the Whole. The purposes of the Committee of the Whole have been fulfilled, therefore I declare it and the board adjourned. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning here at 9 a.m. for our board meeting. Have a good evening.